Biafra, Biafra win the war. Moduka shelling machine, heavy artillery, bomb and fighter. Mugo wanting to get my boy will on. Mugo wanting to get. Mugo wanting to get my boy will on. Mugo wanting to get. Biafra, who never wanna go, you know. Who never wanna go, you know. Chichi Gestina go to Bubia, Onyese, I Chichi go one room with the Chichi Gestina go to Bubia, Onyese, I Chichi go one room with the Amumonya Mamie, Nemu ani rapu kwa mama baro we mami. What a catchy ya anya. O menino bakwedi. O menino bakwedi. Biafra kunye buso Nigeria. Makagini nina. Nina magi chineke, kere ha.
This is Biafra Radio, a reaching you from the United Kingdom.
For Biafra must be restored, for there is nothing the enemies can do about it. We have come that the will of the Most High may prevail. Radio Biafra is unorthodox. The way we do things are markedly different from how others do it. We are under divine instruction. We have come that Chukwukika may take control of these very proceedings this evening, for we are nothing without him. O Elohim, Chukwukika unto thee we repose all that we are. Do not allow your children IPOB to be put to shame. Do not allow us to be devoured by the hands of the wicked. Do not allow us, O mighty one, to fall prey to those who do not know thee. You will deliver us, not because we are righteous, but because of your mercy. Hear our cry and our supplication. We are not armed. We have not killed anyone. We have not jailed anyone. We have not done anything at all to warrant the level of destruction and carnage being visited upon your children. The same way Israel suffered, so is Biafra suffering today. And if you, Elohim, can deliver Israel, so will you deliver Biafra. That is our hope. That is our anchor of everything that we hold dear as a race and as a people. You brought Biafra that light may come into Africa. You gave us hope because we are in a continent of hopelessness. And by thy grace, Biafra shall be restored. We shall be resurrected. We shall crown our efforts with the glory by the grace of the Most High himself. We are not strong. We do not pretend to be strong. All we do is to submit ourselves to your will, that your will may be done upon our lives. We have lost many people. We have lost so many good people.
This fight is a bit Good morning, fellow comrades and lovers of freedom. My name's Amaz George Izuchukume. I reside here in United Kingdom. Good morning, fellow comrades and lovers of regardless where you are this morning, might be your afternoon or morning or night. But this is 5 minutes on top of 10 p.m. here in United Kingdom. The same 5 minutes on top of 11 p.m. in Holy Land of Biafra. This morning, we are live, and this is a special broadcast. We are getting a coverage all the way from Federal High Court Abuja this morning. And as I welcome you, please welcome others, because every pertinent question that you resolve to know today concerning the proceeding in Abuja will be answered here, live and direct. And I want to thank every single one of you that is going to join us. Those that are here, please share this program to get to the bottom of everywhere, because it is very, very important. Today is the case between the zoo called Nigeria and Biafran. And as we progress on this program, I'm going to bring the man on the ground to give us on spot account. So, and this is live, as I said. I want everybody to fasten their seatbelt, and before we bring the man on the ground. There, I want to thank you very much, and stay tuned. Yeah, and I'm going to bring our brother to give us what he have. Maz, if you can hear me, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I can hear you very loud and clear, and hopefully so you can hear me.
Yes, you're loud and clear. The whole world is listening to you.
All right. Thank you, fellow Biafrans, men and women of goodwills.
Your mic is gone off. Can you hear?
We are here for one thing.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
yeah, go on, go on.
Yes, we are here for one thing. The ultimate thing, regardless, is the freedom of the indigenous people of Biafra all over the world. Very quickly, today is the 26th day of February 2024, and the time now is 7 minutes past the hour of 11. Biafra time, or 7 minutes past the hour, regarding of wherever you reside. So today is the hearing of our leader's case, who is standing in for the Biafran people. So it is FGN versus Nnamdi Kanu in the Federal High Court. So the court is bound to decide to hear our leader's case after the Apex Court's reversal. So this court, division of the Federal High Court Abuja, inscribed today for the continuity of the trial. So we are here to know what the court would say, and we are only here to say, give us our leader back, so that we would rejoin him, he would rejoin with us immediately. And on the grounds, the prosecution team have stand up to say that, to argue that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the defendant, has the case to answer. But if you observe, they have been running round and round. We've defeated them in their own court, or we had defeated them in their own court, this same Federal High Court. We defeated them in the appeal court, where the appellant court did discharge and acquit Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They further took the case to the Supreme Court, where the apex court of Nigeria, so to speak, reversed the said case of the appeal court sometime in December. And they had to reverse the case back to the table of the Federal High Court. One thing is clear. What we call justice, which is something that you cannot cover, is just like you having a pregnant woman who might decide to hide from people that she is pregnant. She might do that in the first trimester, but she may not be lucky to do that in the second trimester and so on. So it's justice. You cannot cover justice. You cannot shield it in any way, shape, or form. So the Supreme Court further noted that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not jump bail, but in the unique circumstance of the military invasion that happened in the home seat of our leader in September 2017, where scores of people were mowed down, families, kith and kin of our leaders, and he is scampered for safety. So the court declared that in no way, shape, or form did he jump bail in the first place. So we are here back again on the table of the court to tell them, look, we are back to request or to re-request in court leaders' bail application, which is what the defense team is standing for right now. So arguments have been going on. We are seated in court. I would go back to court after now to bring in us more details because I am not allowed to speak in the courtroom. So I had to excuse myself, to bring in us what has been happening so far, which I would complete in due course. So this is the surface of what has been going on, and I hope today, the 26th day of February, that we would come up with something tangible, saying that our leader would come back with us, because that is the only way. The prosecution, I must tell you, they have nothing to say. I wish I could stream their voices. They have nothing to say. So they are trying to respond, which the justice has also stated that in no way, shape, or form, after the DSS had molested Mazen Nnamdi Kanu in 2017, after the DSS had molested and deprived him of his fundamental human rights, that the DSS had no further right to detain him. This is after our lawyer, Barrister Jofo, declared or moved in the defendant's bail application that the defendant, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, should not still be in the hands of the DSS. So the judge okayed that and said, yes, it is right, considering what is on the table, considering what affidavits that were lined up in the bail application. So the bail application itself has been moved. Okay, so we are in the roundoff to, making known to the people of Biafra what will become of this case. So I beseech every one of us to get tuned, to stay tuned, and know what the outcome would be like. We are hopeful, of course. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Lawman, Mazi Lawman. Yeah, like you said, you're still outside the court, so we will always stay back on the studio here, and we're waiting for your account because I cannot say anything now until our legal team, when they exited the court, and you yourself probably privileged to speak to any one of them. But as far as I'm concerned, what you have given us now is the preamble of what is happening on the ground. And we can't thank you enough for this ultimate sacrifice that you've done to be on that particular stage this morning. Mazi Lawman, thank you very much. And whenever you want to come on, you just let me know and I will bring you back on studio. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. We are very hopeful, I must say. The atmosphere is greenish enough, in quote, depicting that good news is coming. So I would beseech us once again to cross our fingers to hear, what would become of this very bail application we have just moved, courtesy of defense team. Okay, so that is
Yes,
this is a preamble, as you have just said. We shall come back again in due course. Thank you very much.
but our leader is not present in court, is he?
Yeah, he's here, live and direct. He is
Okay,
here,
Onyendu is there live and
and
direct and he's healthy. That's all I want to know. And how is he looking? How is Onyendu look?
well, I wish we would hold on to seeing Onyendu rejoin us again to see how he looks. But
Yeah,
he is fine. Apparently, he is
essential.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, he is fine, and he walked into the courtroom without any support system, unlike one man over there. So he is fine, But let's see to it. Okay.
Okay. And the legal team is present there. Who's leading counsel there as it stand right now on our lead counsels, on our legal team is Barrister McCoy, the special counsel is there, and host of them as well, yeah?
Yeah. The legal team is here. The defense team is here, and we're only allowed 4 lawyers in the state of Mazin and Decano. So Barrister Jimako is here, and Barrister Nemeka Ejiofor is here, Barrister Maxwell. We are just here. The counts were limited, but regardless, we are just hopeful. People are outside, and as usual, restrictions here and there. You must have been cleared, or you must about 4 times, about 4 clearances before you join the main courtroom. But regardless, people are not deterred because we have our eyes on the ball. Okay, so that is it so far for now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lawman. Well, we will be here waiting for you to hear from you guys again. So thank you
Yeah,
very
sure.
much. Thank you.
That's okay.
Yeah. A fellow comrade, as you can see, we have Lawman is there on the ground and giving us some spot account, like he just elaborated what is happening behind the scene. They will only allow our 4 legal men to be inside. And Onyendu walked into the court, as he said, without no support. But that's not what we want. We want our leader to be released to us. And as this is very significant to Biafrans around the world, people must understand that there's nothing else we desire than Mazen Nandekani to walk out free. He has been discharged and acquitted. All the political correctness, they have been playing games. But one thing is certain, that at the end of this journey, Onyendi said that Biafra shall be restored. And that's one thing we must beckon on to. And I'm not going to be saying much. This particular program is a special program. I'm going to put up a particular audio here to us to listen to. Those that are fighting, make sure that our leader is being heard across the globe. So I am going to put.
And then hand them over to the Nigerian government. So here we are, some sort of accusations starting in October of 15, and then we're in June.
Business in Kenya.
And a support system, unlike one man.
And put in jail, solitary confinement. Same situation. Anybody that cares about democracy, the first thing that comes to mind is not to let Mazi Nnamdi Kanu fate become what we just saw. And that's what got me excited. We've been quietly trying to get a coalition of people to actually demand his release, but it's been difficult. But this particular example really made me realize that if anyone has anything that they can contribute towards this man's release, to do it now. Those of you who don't know about Mazi Kanu, I'm going to invite Ben to sort of give us a little glimpse as to who he is and why he's doing what he's doing and why all of us should demand collectively and individually for his immediate and unconditional release.
Well, today is a sad day in Nigeria because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains in solitary confinement. As of today, he has been in solitary confinement since June of 2021. Like Evans rightfully said, he was kidnapped from Kenya, minding his own business. But the fact is, this was not the first time he was kidnapped. He was first kidnapped in 2015 in Nigeria, and he was locked up for 2 years. And later on, he was released. And then there is a failed assassination of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in his own home in Abia State. And miraculously, he escaped that very assassination only by God's grace. So he's alive today. But I want everybody to know Any day Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains in solitary confinement is another day of violation of his fundamental right as a human being, as a father, as a husband, and as a community leader. There is no reason why he should be in prison today, if not for the sake of others. He wasn't fighting for his own, he wasn't fighting for his family, he wasn't fighting in the name of the Kano community. He was fighting for the interests of all. So I believe there's a video that we're gonna show you so you can get a taste, a glimpse of some of the things that took place that really, made Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to come out in public and began to openly call for the freedom of our people. But before then, there's something happened. You're gonna see a different Mazi Nnamdi Kanu back in 2013 in Europe. He wasn't campaigning for Biafra. He was not agitating for the freedom of Biafra. He was actually agitating for Nigeria to get better, for the government to take note of the suffering of the masses and do something. Do something so that everybody will benefit, with no mention of Biafra, until Nigeria failed him, and it was crystal clear that this country is not going anywhere. They are not going to listen. They don't care about their people. Well, if you don't care about Nigerian citizens, I'm going to care about my people. That's when he began to talk about Biafra, to talk about separating from Nigeria, so that every region can develop, at their own pace. So you can make policy and rules that will benefit your people because you know your people. Because there's nothing that holding Nigeria together. It's three nations put together to be one nation, and nothing worked. Nothing ever worked, nothing is working, and it will never work. So I want to show that video while he was in London talking about the situation in Nigeria.
The reason why we're here today is to protest the killing of innocent women and children. Those of us in the UK are determined to work with the government for peace. We are determined to work with the international community for peace. But one thing we cannot stomach is a repeat of 1966. What is happening today in Nigeria was the reason why Nigeria fought a bitter civil war for 3 years between 1967 and 1970. If this continues, there will be another civil war in Nigeria. And this time around, no place will be safe in Nigeria. This time around, nobody will be safe in Nigeria. So it is imperative that everybody who has the interests of the country at heart acts now and immediately to stop this nonsense from continuing.
The Nigerian government has its own way of dealing with peaceful gatherings it doesn't like. The day began with a gathering of people come to pray for the release from prison of one of their leaders.
Provide us some evidence that IPOB's a terrorist group. More than 2 years later, still zero. You can't make free speech and freedom of association terrorism. Every single day that he languishes in that solitary confinement is another crime against humanity.
The protest that you saw, where you saw the army shooting people, innocent, unarmed citizens, that took place in 2016. Okay, our people came together, as they have done several years before, okay, to honor their fallen heroes, those that fell in the Biafran Nigerian Civil War of 1967 through 1970. So they gathered, this is a high school. They were not on the street protesting. No. They were not in front of the House of Assembly with placard protesting. No. They were not marching or causing insurrection anywhere. No. They were in a particular place. You have to go through a gate to come into the school premises. That's where they gathered. And that's where the combined forces of Nigerian Army, Air Force, Navy, DSS came in there, took a combat position on the ground, and opened a live ammunition. And at the end of the day, they murdered over 150 young men and women. 150 young men and women. And this was reported by Amnesty International. It was all over the globe. And to make matters worse, they took their body and dumped them in a mass grave where they poured acid on these children so they become unrecognizable. So, how could somebody tell me or convince anybody that this is a viable nation that would work for everyone? These are the atrocities that led to the debut of the person of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that you hear today. And this young man requested for things to get better, build schools, build roads and bridges, build hospitals, so that our women will have a place they can go and receive a proper medical attention. Build recreational centers, build factories, so as young men and women are graduating from school, they have a place where they can be gainfully employed. They don't want to do any of this. But this country will spend money from the oil revenue to import terrorists from all over the world. Right now, there are more than 5 terrorist groups that operate in the country today. Ansaru is in Nigeria. El-Shabaab is in Nigeria. Mieti Allah operates in Nigeria. Fulani bandits operate in Nigeria. Fulani herders that have been named the 4th deadliest terrorist group in the world by the Global Terrorist Watch of West Africa. These terrorist groups operate in Nigeria. And the government of Nigeria provides an enabling environment for them to thrive, for them to do their bidding. They provide them with logistics, money, arms, and then they send them to the eastern region of Nigeria to kill my people and to destabilize the region. That is their goal. And that's exactly what they're doing now. These are the things that brought out Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If the country was working, you may not know who Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is. It wasn't working. And it's never going to work. Not the way the country is presently constituted. When he was out, people say you're calling for war, you want to war, you're causing problem. You know, he said, no. I'm not causing problem. I'm just asking our government, the government, to do the right thing by the people. So I'm going to stop here, and you can hear his goals and aspiration.
You're not talking about a federation when you say a confederation. You're not talking about a federation as part of Nigeria. You're talking about total independence.
Absolute independence. Complete independence.
Now, is there anything that can happen that will make you change your mind about this particular direction?
No.
So it is either Biafra or nothing else?
Or death, yes.
Or death?
That's correct.
If push comes to shove,
yes,
will you go to war?
No, because truth is a far more potent and deadlier weapon than bullets and mortars.
So no war? You've ruled out the...
Absolutely, I don't believe in war, no war.
Well, we're going to invite Attorney Jesse to educate us a bit on the legal aspect of the whole thing where we are today. Brother Jess, thank you, brother. There you go.
So I'm a construction lawyer, and the only time I ever get called on to engage any sort of criminal law is if a client's son or daughter gets in trouble in college. But even the ignoramus construction lawyer knows when something's wrong from a criminal standpoint, and there are just so many wrongs involved with these timelines. And I want you to keep in mind two things that are fundamental, not just here in the U.S., but worldwide for the most part, according to the UN. One is the right to confer with your counsel, or to at least have contact on a consistent basis with your counsel, even if you're in jail, to have that right and have that privilege. Otherwise, how do you prepare a defense? The second is the concept of a right to a speedy trial, meaning you're not to sit and languish, let alone in solitary confinement, when you are awaiting trial or awaiting the process to deliver whether or not you are guilty or innocent. So that's what sticks out most to me when I look at this timeline, and it's truly remarkable. But going back to October 2015, when Mr. Kanu was arrested and detained for over a year, you don't see anything about a trial or a finding of guilty there, right? You just see that he was detained for a year with no outcome. Well, I guess he made bail in April of 2017 and was released, only to be have his home invaded, has been said, in a government failed assassination attempt. So then the process was to kidnap him and torture him for 8 days and then hand him over to the Nigerian government. So here we are, some sort of accusations starting in October of 15, and then we're in June of 2021, 6 years later, without any finding of innocence or guilt, and this is still ongoing. January of 2022, he actually gets a trial, and the Nigerian army was found guilty of the failed assassination attempt in violation of his rights. Now, we've heard in past gatherings from lead counsel for Mr. Kanu that there are occasions where he would fly all the way from the U.S. and not be allowed to meet with Mr. Kanu to prepare a defense. So he would be told to wait and wait and wait and still not receive contact with Mr. Kanu, his client, okay, to prepare a defense to the proceedings and to the charges at hand, which is just absolutely nightmarish and outlandishly unfair and outlandishly a violation of human rights. We start preparing civil cases in the construction world that have just money on the line years in advance. Yet here's Mr. Kanu rotting in a cell, not allowed contact with his counsel to prepare for charges that could lead to any number of findings, including, I'm sure, ultimate confinement. July of 2022, the United Nations issues a unanimous decision calling for the immediate and unconditional release of Mr. Kanu. Was that honored? Absolutely not. He remained in solitary confinement. And then in October of 2022, that finding is upheld by the Federal Appeals Court in Abuja, Nigeria, and Mr. Kanu was acquitted of all charges. And that appeals court demanded his immediate release from the detention. It gets to the Nigerian Supreme Court. Now we're a year later, and if you've ever been in litigation in a civil context, your cases always get put behind the criminal cases because of the right to a speedy trial. Well, here we have decisions from courts taking over a year to determine, whether or not this appellate court was going to be upheld. So the Nigerian Supreme Court, over 14 months later, upholds all dismissals. All charges are gone except for one, a terrorism charge. And that's what remains for Mr. Kanu, is a single terrorism charge, and he remains in solitary confinement. I believe a hearing is set for Monday. Will he be allowed to confer with counsel? Will he be allowed to actually have the right of preparing a defense with his counsel? Probably not. What's next? What are they going to do next?
Mazi Kanu has been likened to Mandela, Alexia Navalny, likened to Mandela. The difference is Alexei is gone. And if we do not do anything, this definitely will be the fate of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, which is what the government wants, and which we will not stand to see happen. So as we gather tonight, I just want us to think about who in the government that we know, meaning the United States government, to be able to speak up on behalf of this powerful voice that is being silenced by the Nigerian government. Because only us can speak. Unfortunately, he cannot speak for himself. The trial is set for the 26th of February, which is just Monday. So we need to do something quick. We need to send a strong message to the Nigerian government that we will continue to demand Mazi's unconditional and immediate release from the dungeon. Nigeria is a country that poses to be a democracy, but as you can see, very far from being a democratic country. Mazi spoke up, that was his crime, and his punishment is actually being sentenced to death. So those of us that are members of the Ambassador for Self-Determination, our goal is continue to champion the release of the likes of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, wherever they may be around the world. I think we've walked the halls of Congress, and we need more voices to rise with us, which I believe is going to make a strong difference. We want you to reach out to your representative, your senator, your congressman, and share the story of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We need to send that voice collectively and even individually, however way we do it, to the Nigerian government before this important trial. I think at this point, Ben, if you don't have anything else, I think we'll just open it up for Q&A. If you have any questions, you can fire away and we can basically try to answer those questions for you.
The question is there anyone else like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that is currently being detained in Nigeria? And the answer is affirmatively, yes. There are many. There are many young men and women that were following him that are in different prisons in Nigeria today, not even being heard. Some of them are sick, some of them are dying. So there are thousands of people like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that is languishing in prison, but Mazi Nnamdi Kanu happens to be the face of the collective injustice against our people. I thank Attorney Jesse for just going down and listing the chronology of events, but today I started to think about this thing, breaking down the days from the time United Nations gave the judgment ordering Nigeria to immediately release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally, and the perpetrators be tried. That is an whopping 580 days. Not from the time he was kidnapped, from the time the United Nations looked at the case, over 9 months of study, of investigation, and came out with a unanimous decision that this man should be released. A United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention is made up of 5-member nations. It was a unanimous decision in Netherlands. So we are law-abiding people. People are saying, well, they have your leader in a prison, and what are you doing? You're going home to sleep. We're going to follow the law, and we follow the law. So United Nations has spoken on July of 2022. The Nigerian Appeal Court, their own court, spoke October 13 of the same year. As a matter of fact, their judgment went further to say that this man cannot and should not be tried in any court in Nigeria. Why? Because he was kidnapped. You can't go around the whole world kidnapping your dissidents and dragging them back to Nigeria and putting them in prison. The rule of law does not work that way. Even the Nigerian Constitution forbids such acts. But you're dealing with people that have total disregard for their own law because they have the gun and bullet. And they have a way of instituting enforced disappearance of any opposition. Abia State High Court looked at this case in January of 22, like Jesse said, and as a matter of fact, demanded that Nigeria would send Mazi Nnamdi Kanu back to Britain because he was traveling with a British passport in his pocket as a British citizen, and ordered the government to pay him the sum of 25 billion naira for violating his fundamental human right, and apologize to him, where they haven't done anything. Nothing. They have not apologized. They are not releasing him, even when the appeal court said that they should do so. So how do you describe Nigeria? How do you stand up to say that you're proud to be a citizen of this country? I'm not. And Evans and I and several other people were walking the halls of Congress, both houses, the House of Senate and the House of Rep, educating the lawmakers in this country till every one of them are fully aware of the injustice that is happening to our people, whether they do so.
This is still Biafra Radio, and this is a special broadcast. Today is the 26th day, and a significant day. That today is the day that the Zoo and Biafrans are in the court as we speak. Lawman has given us some spot account before, and we're still waiting for him. And as you see, those are advocating for our leader. And this is very, very precise that people key in. And our app is live and direct. If you can't go through internet, those in Biafra land, Biafra Radio app is cheaper for you on streaming. We are live on our app as we speak. And we're going to be here till the court section is over. So we will get the real on-spot account. Like I said from the beginning, this is the preamble. But I will allow this audio to continue to play. Go and download Biafra Radio app. We are live and we are simulcastly broadcasting on all our platforms, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Who come now? And the only update you will get today is from Biafra Radio. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in the court as well. And our legal team is there sojourning on, like Mazi Lawman has told us from the beginning this morning. As I'm welcoming you, please welcome others. Share this particular program is live. It's 44 minutes on top of 10 p.m. here in United Kingdom. And it's 7:44 minutes on top of 11 p.m. in Holy Land of Biafra. And I welcome you. This is Biafra Radio. My name is Mazi George Izuchukwume. I reside here in the UK. And let's continue.
Collectively or individual, it doesn't matter. We are going to continue the effort until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is released. You cannot go to Sambisa Forest and fish out every criminal, Fulani criminal, from the forest and then put them in some camp. And after 3 weeks, they usher them out and give them a white shirt and present them to the country as repentant terrorists. Have you ever heard of such thing? They say they've repented. They put them in the army, gave them AK-47, gave them a uniform, and sent them to the eastern region of Nigeria to kill the Biafran people. And these are the things that every human being should be alarmed. That's why we are appealing to you. Those that are here, your friends, your associates, whomever you know that is in the government, this injustice must go far and wide until justice is done. And we are not going to relent. We are going back to the Capitol Hill. We've been there. We're going to continue to go there until somebody stands up to tell Nigeria that enough is enough.
Are there any Nigerian congressmen? Natives?
No.
Okay. And so is there a way, almost with respect and involvement, with that situation, his wife and daughter met with Biden today. As I understood, this is I'm walking through the room. So sometimes politicians want to find a worthy cause to identify with that, I just hate to say it, makes them look good. So somebody, if they can take a pill and understand what y'all have just presented, should be upset, disturbed. So you need someone, at least advocate, with serious authority and a following that would pay attention. I don't know who that would be, but it's just a thought.
Yeah, that's a good thought, and we are certainly working on that, and we have somebody that is getting close to being able to do that. And perhaps what happened may be the thing that pushes him over.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there, and one last question, what's the benefit to other countries, either in Africa or here, not to stand up? Everybody's worried about human rights violations. You know, we don't do a thing about all the Chinese human violations against the Uyghurs or whoever it is, because it's business. So in this country, if we stood up and Nigeria got mad about us standing up for this man, what do we lose? What does a politician think we lose?
I mean, I think that as we are walking the halls of the Congress, it became apparent to us that what's in it for me and what's in it for us is what you have to deal with. So we are slowly educating people, because Nigeria does have a lot of oil, and with what's happening in the current world, most people will think, let's not rock the equilibrium, because it might mess up the supplies. So we have to really educate people to realize that if indeed the voices like Mazi comes out, Mazi is going to begin to advocate for democracy, and having a real democracy in the Nigerian region is a good thing for America.
Alpha Power Media International.
The politicians are doing whatever they can to nail Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. What has happened to him? They are part of it. They are working hard to make sure Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will not be released. Some of the southern politicians, they are not being truthful to the powers that be here in Abuja. They have portrayed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as a threat. Nnamdi Kanu is only asking for three things majorly: justice, equity, and fairness. You can't achieve peace with guns and bullets. It's impossible. Of course, dialogue is the best way out. We are Biafrans. We can't take that away from us. Nnamdi Kanu is the face of agitation because the issues are the main. So what is playing out here is that those who benefit from what is happening before now, there are people selling this wrong narrative about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. ESN is designed to remain in our bushes to protect our farmlands and our boundaries against invading terrorists. That is why ESN was established. How about what happened in Owerri, where a police officer shot a DSS man thinking it was a non-gunman? How do you reconcile that? That's the way we play politics in Nigeria. Play very dirty politics. Very dirty politics. Therefore, what is happening is that you see one political party fighting another. And at the end of the day, they target on IPOB and ESN. That's what is happening today. But we're not buying that. We have fanatics in this whole movement. We have extremists as well, so to speak. So people are no longer happy. The only body that can listen to is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If they're telling you to release him so that they can stop whatever they're doing, then why don't you hearken to the voice of the people? Let me say this to you. When you want to hang a dog, give the bad name. IPOB is not a violent group. The movement is peaceful. I keep saying this all the time. Now, what is happening is this. When people choose to sit at home, some people choose perhaps to take a walk or to go to various business centers. What happens is that maybe one or two politicians will send out people to go and kill them, or create a funny saying that at the end they will target on IPOB. That is what is happening. What I want today is fairness, justice, and equity. If Biafra will bring me that, that's where I stand. But make no mistake, wherever my brother stands, that's where I stand.
Alpha Power Media International.
Igbos in Nigeria, 73% said sometimes or always they were treated unfairly by the government. This is last year. This is the highest rate of any ethnic group surveyed in Africa. In their view, they are sometimes or always treated unfairly by the government.
So it's issue of injustice?
It is a deep grievance, and it's a disconnect from the Nigeria project, as was mentioned earlier. And I mentioned that number just to underscore the underlying grievance that has to be addressed. So amnesty is potentially part of a package, but the disconnect has to be addressed, and the Southeast is a core pillar of the Nigeria project. It comes back to the discussion of its importance. So all of these issues that are being discussed are inherently political. They're being seen through a political lens. For example, infrastructure development. The grievance is you have a very productive region that is exporting not just to Nigeria, but internationally. You have, I think, Imo and Anambra are number 4 and number 6 for GDP in Nigeria. And that was in 2021, which was a very violent year. So even amidst the violence, three of the 5 states in Southeast are in the top 12 for GDP per capita. Yet there's no seaport. The bridges are not good. The roads are not good. So it is a development and infrastructure issue, but it's seen through a political lens as a political grievance. The same with security, which is you have significant deployment of security forces, yet the perception is the DPOs are not from Southeast. Many of the officers are not from Southeast. They are not necessarily well-versed in the local context. And so they're not performing the role of community security in a way that they or other communities would expect. So that's a security issue, yes, but it's also perceived through a political lens. And it's the same with federal appointments and involvement in governance. So these are development, these are policy, these are economic issues, but they're seen through a broader political lens that they're not being kind of fairly adjudicated. And I think that's really important to underscore. So amnesty as part of a package may be a solution, but the underlying grievances have to be addressed with an understanding of the political perception, how the infrastructure problems, how the economic problems, how the security issues are perceived politically, and what it means to have a more representative involvement in those efforts from a Southeast perspective. Yes, it has to be a multi-stakeholder approach. The sensitive issues have to be addressed, and there needs to be involvement of the key stakeholders as this initiative is doing. That being said, in contexts like this, you might not move everybody over. You might not convince everybody. But where you make a serious effort and where you provide legitimate avenues, you will see a significant reduction in popular grievance that draws down support for extremism and makes it very difficult to operate. So a multi-stakeholder approach doesn't immediately solve all the problems, but it changes the trajectory, and it moves a lot of the public into using or trying to use the legitimate mechanisms again, as opposed to staying on the sidelines or even supporting extremist activity. So it's where you need to start, and it's the direction that you need to go.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Our people are lame. They are weak. I am struggling to count how many men there are in Biafra land. There are no more men left. Weak, docile, and imbecilic. Weak. I don't know how we can take such people to war. I don't know how we can take men who are not men into battle and win. I am ashamed. Very, very ashamed. Nonetheless, we must preach this very gospel because man did not ask us to come. Chukwu Abiyama in heaven mandated that we should come. If not, that I was called to do this very work. I will not speak to any of you anymore. But Chukwu Abiyama said this very gospel must be preached, and we must preach it. I have prayed since yesterday up until now. My request is very simple. The same prayer I made in secret, I will make out here in the open. Chukwu Abiyama Biko, since it is your intention that your kingdom will be restored upon this very earth, I need men. I need men. I did not say boys. I said I need men. Those of them that you created to restore your kingdom, they should come forward now, not tomorrow, not next year. Chukwu Abiyama.
I think I got some intermediate there. Something went wrong. Apologies. Something definitely went wrong. And I just need to sort this out. Something went wrong. So that's what happens sometimes. It's quite bizarre.
Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
People don't know what is coming, really. They have no idea. I feel sorry for the zoo. They have no idea. Any day that all of you gang up to support your one Nigeria garbage, the more you're digging your collective graves. Nigeria can never ever be fixed. It's broken beyond repair. Can never be fixed.
Everything I told you came to pass. Only one is remaining, and that is Biafra. And I assure you that Biafra will come. That Biafra will come. That Biafra will come. You are the finest of the finest. I am very, very proud of who I am. I consider myself very lucky to have been born a Biafran. And that is why I'm very, very proud of Biafra. That is why I will die a Biafran. And that is why this Biafran flag will raise up. And that is why we'll get our independence. And we'll be free.
Kun ga yadda ake ta kwasan kayan na ake ta kokowa maza da mata. Gashi nan kowa gudu yake da kaya.
On behalf of Ambassador for Self-Determination, I'd like to welcome you to this gathering, which we're gathered today to support the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So let's watch this video.
Putin killed Navalny because Navalny was the one opposition leader in Russia that Putin feared the most. So this is a really tragic day for me, and it should be a tragic day for anybody who cares about democracy. You know, remember, he went back to Russia. He didn't have to go back. He went back for his country because he was a patriot that believed that his country could be different. I put him in the same ranks as the Navalny of Mandela and Valenza and Havel, but with one tragic difference now. Navalny is dead.
This particular clip, I was watching that, was a Friday morning when we got the news of Alexia Navalny's death. And obviously, the thing that came to mind, I didn't know much about Alexia, but this says it all, because he was under Vladimir Putin's thumb. First, I started to see the resemblance between his situation and Mazikano's situation. Putin, as the head of state, tried to poison this gentleman, and then he recovered from that. The Nigerian government tried to kill Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and he survived and escaped. Navalny returned to Russia. He was immediately arrested and put in jail, solitary confinement. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was minding his own business in Kenya when he was illegally abducted, renditioned to Nigeria, and put in jail, solitary confinement. Same situation. Anybody that cares about democracy, the first thing that comes to mind is not to let Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's fate become what we just saw. And that's what got me excited. We've been quietly trying to get a coalition of people to actually demand his release, but it's been difficult. But this particular example really made me realize that if anyone has anything that they can contribute towards this man's release, to do it now. Those of you who don't know about Mazi Kanu, I'm going to invite Ben to sort of give us a little glimpse as to who he is and why he's doing what he's doing, and why all of us should demand, collectively and individually, for his immediate and unconditional release.
Well, today is a sad day in Nigeria because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains in solitary confinement. As of today, he has been in solitary confinement since June of 2021. Like Evans rightfully said, he was kidnapped from Kenya, minding his own business. But the fact is, this was not the first time he was kidnapped. He was first kidnapped in 2015 in Nigeria, and he was locked up for 2 years. And later on, he was released. And then there is a failed assassination of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in his own home in Abia State. And miraculously, he escaped that very assassination only by God's grace. So he's alive today. But I want everybody to know, any day Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains in solitary confinement is another day of violation of his fundamental right as a human being, as a father, as a husband, and as a community leader. There is no reason why he should be in prison today, if not for the sake of others. He wasn't fighting for his own, he wasn't fighting for his family, he wasn't fighting in the name of the Kanu community. He was fighting for the interests of all. So I believe there's a video that we're going to show you so you can get a taste, a glimpse of some of the things that took place that really, made Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to come out in public and began to openly call for the freedom of our people. But before then, there's something happened. You're going to see a different Mazi Nnamdi Kanu back in 2013 in Europe. He wasn't campaigning for Biafra. He was not agitating for the freedom of Biafra. He was actually agitating for Nigeria to get better, for the government to take note of the suffering of the masses and do something. Do something so that everybody will benefit, with no mention of Biafra, until Nigeria failed him, and it was crystal clear that this country is not going anywhere. They're not going to listen. They don't care about their people. Well, if you don't care about Nigerian citizens, I'm going to care about my people. That's when he began to talk about Biafra, to talk about separating from Nigeria, so that every region can develop, at their own pace. So you can make policy and rules that will benefit your people because you know your people. Because there's nothing that holding Nigeria together. It's three nations put together to be one nation, and nothing worked. Nothing ever worked, nothing is working, and it will never work. So I want to show that video while he was in London talking about the situation in Nigeria.
This is why we're here today, is to protest the killing of innocent women and children. Those of us in the UK are determined to work with the government for peace. We are determined to work with the government for peace. But one thing we cannot stomach is a repeat of 1966. What is happening today in Nigeria was the reason why Nigeria fought a bitter civil war for 3 years between 1967 and 1970. If this continues, there will be another civil war in Nigeria. And this time around, no place will be safe in Nigeria. This time around, nobody will be safe in Nigeria. So it is imperative that everybody who has the interest of the country at heart acts now and immediately to stop this nonsense from continuing.
The Nigerian government has its own way of dealing with peaceful gatherings it doesn't like. The day began with a gathering of people come to pray for the release from prison of one of their leaders.
Yes, we are back. We are live from Abuja. Mazi Loman, the stage is yours. Please tell us what is happening now. Please.
Yeah, welcome back, Mazio to the studio. Thank you for welcoming me to the studio, I should say. Thank you, fellow Biafrans, for staying tuned. So, bringing you updates from the court, from the Federal High Court, where we are having the case of the Federal High the case of Federal Government of Nigeria versus Nnamdi Kanu. This same case since 2015. So today we submitted a bail application courtesy of our defense team, Barrister Lawyer Ejimako and Co. So the bail application has been moved. The bail application has been notarized as well. So further applications and affidavits in the said application regarding health issues and everything has been also acknowledged. So the prosecution, although they argued to having some moves we entered to be, discountenanced. But however, the main thing, which is to having a leader back to us via this application, has been acknowledged by the court. Hence, the court has, adjourned for final ruling of this very bail application. So they have adjourned it to 19th of March, 19th and 20th of March, for them to give their own ruling, courtesy of the court, to allow Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to go. So that is what we are trying to summarize, to round off. And we have dismissed, the court has dismissed, so in due time, in no distant time, we shall have a legal team with us, we shall have every one of us with us, and they shall speak to fellow Biafrans live, so communicate to us and everything shall follow suit. So we have our fingers crossed, and also, more importantly, our leaders' health, which is in question. We all know that ever since our leader was detained this time around by the State Security Service, SSS, he has not been given, due healthcare system, and it's clear. But one thing is certain, that we are hopeful he would rejoin us soon, where we will take care of our leader ourselves. So in the next couple of minutes, we shall have our legal team talk to us, then pertinent questions and issues regarding his healthcare, his health system, and others will be addressed procedurally.
Thank you, Maz, the lawman. You've done wonderfully. Like as you rightly said, I saw the trending video of our leader arriving in court, and some clergies we are praying, and he knelt down as humble as he might be, and some Igwes were there as well. And it gladdens my heart to see him. I know, regardless how we might deem that is okay, all we want is our leader to join us, as he said. And like I said, I wouldn't say much. I'm going to be holding on to you to get the legal team, whoever that wants to come on air, at least to address Biafra on spot account. It's very, very important. Pivot to this morning that Biafrans get the picture of what transpired. As he given us this information is heard worldwide as we speak. So I will hold on to you, as you have just said, until we have any of them to able to narrate more, if I may put it that way, Mazi. You know. And I think you're going to stay on the studio, so not leaving.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure.
I will just put you on the
Very well.
backstage. So whenever you want to come on, just let me know, please. Thank you. Yes, fellow comrades and lovers of freedom, Biafra worldwide, and today again is another significant day in our life. I don't want to say anything contradictory this morning, but those that have vowed that Mazen Nanakano should not appear in the court, that have no vision whatsoever how our leader will regain his freedom, their wish is to Mazen Nanakano to rotting in prison and dying. But looking at our leader, I know his health issues, but go and look at the trending video and those hidden men that couldn't show their faces and compare to Mazen Nanakano. One thing in life is that truth will always prevail. I said it over time. I don't have any personal differences. What matters to us is our leader. Every respect that code is under Mazen Nanakano will have one central command. It doesn't matter who you are, you join IPOB. It is one voice we had all of us join. And that man still humble. He knelt down, is a king of our fellow people, but regardless his position, he's still humble himself. People must learn something. Yes, Mazi.
Yeah, Mazi, reconnect me to the radio, okay, please.
Okay. Yeah, Mazi Lawman is back on air again. Mazi, come on, go on. The stage is yours.
Okay, right now we are here, as I said, the court has dismissed. So we shall have address to fellow Biafrans. We shall have, okay, Bruce Fine is here, the U.S. Attorney is here. So the next voice you hear is his. So he's going to be speaking to Biafrans all over the world. So the microphone is onto him now. Go ahead, please.
Yes.
Can you hear him now?
Yeah,
hello.
I can hear you.
Have the voice check.
That's
wonderful. I'm very pleased to have the honor of speaking to all the Biafrans. It was disappointing today that we didn't have the unconditional release of Nnamdi Kanu. But we need to reassure all Biafrans that the work goes on, the cause endures, the hope still lives, and the dream never dies. We will never give up the struggle inspired by Nnamdi. He has suffered more than all of us collectively have together. And his strength should make certain that we stand unified, and the day will come when he is free, unconditionally, to champion the cause for which he has risked that last full measure of devotion. So we continue to advocate. We continue to underscore injustice where we see it. We are not nasty. We are proud and dignified in everything we say and do. But injustice cannot go unattended. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
thank you
Bruce
very
Graham.
much.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was the voice of Bruce Fine, a U.S. attorney and friend of IPOB. He has been here, and you all know that. And since this morning, he was here in the morning, although he was barred from, entering into the courtroom, but he has been resolute and never been deterred. So you had the message of hope, message of, hope, I must say. So thank you very much. Okay, so we shall move on to the next person that would talk to us to address Biafrans is Mazi Prince Emmanuel Kano. The next voice you're going to hear is his. Shall give us a summary of what transpired today in court, and other pertinent questions you have there shall be relayed onto him, and he will answer procedurally. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Should I proceed?
Hello,
Hello, dear friends.
Good morning, Prince.
Prince Emmanuel Kano, Mazen Namdekano's youngest brother, the leader of indigenous people of Biafra.
Welcome.
I was able to witness the court section today. Before my very eyes, Justice Binta Inyekwe, the presiding judge, ruled that the bail application will be attended to on the 19th of March, whereas the 20th of March, the trial will commence. So very possibly that the bail will come up on the 19th, and then on 20th, the trial will commence. Hopefully, Mazen Namdekano will be released on bail that particular day. It's been our prayers, and we're very confident about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
You did hear that, right?
Yes, loud and clear, please.
Oh, good. 19 is slated for the final ruling of the bail application, whereas the 20th of March is for the commencement of the substantive trial. So we have here the leader of Mazi Boyaka or Iboyaka, he's here right now, so he would want to speak with us to address Biafrans as well. The next voice is his.
Greetings, Sumu Chineke. Greeting all the lovers of freedom and Biafra struggle. I greet you today on behalf of Ohanese Youth Council, represented by the National President, Comrade Iboyaka O Iboyaka. We are here to show our absolute solidarity to Nnamdi Kanu and also the Biafra struggle, because we are aware that the victimization of Nnamdi Kanu is because of his love for Biafrans and our love for freedom. And I want to tell all the Biafrans that Ohanese Youth Council, we are solidly behind this struggle, because injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. All the Igbo youth are solidly behind on this struggle. So I wish each and every one of us, let us have patience as the bail application is coming up on 19th of next month. So we are going to exercise our patience. We have been a non-violence in this struggle, and we are going to continue to be non-violence to make sure that we achieve our goal. And it is very, very important that in all ramifications and what is happening in this country, I believe solidly that this contraption called Nigeria, this country is not, the Igbo people are not part of this country, and every treatment, we are not part of this country, and we cannot be part of this country. So we are asking the federal government to release Nnamdi Kanu. We are asking Nigeria and international communities to see the need to support us on issue of referendum, because we have never been part of Nigeria. We have never been consulted on the issue of the amalgamation of southern and northern Nigeria. We are not part of it. So when we are talking about the issue of our agitation, it's not just we want to secede, because we have never been unified before. So we are going to back to status quo to make sure that we have our freedom. So every Igbo youth, we are interested in this struggle. We are part of this struggle, and our position and our view is very, very simple, that the unity of Nigeria is just the victimization of an Igbo man, and we cannot be part of any unity that victimizes an Igbo man. This is our position. Thank you, and God bless you. Comrade Iboyaka Oyiboyaka, the national president. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate you for that. Thank you.
Okay, as you know, we have a handful of Biafran people here, but we are going to entertain maybe one or two persons. We're going to have them speak to our people, because of time and also the atmosphere. So we're going to have one or two persons.
Rabbi Okeze, Okeze is my name, Rabbi Okeze, Rabbi for IPOB Vegetable Team Jewish Community. We are here in the court today to witness the court case of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, and we are happy today that everything will work out very fine, because they said it's March. I know that March will be March, and by God's grace, he will be released in Jesus' name. We pray, amen. Yeah.
Amen. Okay.
Yeah, my name is Chief Ike Chugundubeza. I'm the President General of Afaruku, Ancient Kingdom, where Mazin Nnamdi Kanu comes from. It's good we came to the court today, and we had all the court proceedings and all that. We are reserving our comments until maybe the March stuff. When we come by March and they didn't give him bail, we will remind them about Abakari, who is a criminal, whom the Nigerian government gave bail. And for a person that they auditioned, and up till now they don't want to release him. So the Afaruku people and all of us that came are just holding brief until that March. After March, then the world will hear what we'll have to say. We thank every one of you. We thank you for your support to our brother. We thank you because we are all into it, and we will all continue to be into it. I will thank everybody. May God bless every one of you. Bless every one of you.
Okay, we have Mazi John here as well.
I'm representing the father of Nnamdi. I'm the most senior brother to Nnamdi Kanu in the family. I'm based at Kanu. I don't know why the federal government is taking this case like this. I'm not happy about the adjournment. It is also set him free because I don't see anything that Nnamdi Kanu commit. It's also set him free. I don't have any case with this. I'm praying to God will do him a favor for him to set him free. He don't commit any crime. Nnamdi is a freedom fighter. Thank you.
Okay, that was the voice of Mazi John, the representative of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's family, the most senior in the family. So he is standing in the case of Mazi Israel Oku Kanu of the blessed memory. So you can see everybody is here gathered, but because of one or two reasons. Okay, one more person wants to speak.
Hello, dear friends. We are not happy the way Nigerian government straightened this matter. I think they should free this young man so that he will be free, so that the people of Biafra will be happy. They cannot just be treating the Biafrans as if they are not part of what is going on. So they should free him. Let Nigerian government do the needful. Let them do the needful. Let them do the needful. Let them do the needful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, that's very short and precise. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Is there any leader, any lead council that we can get at least to say something at this point in time? I know that our people
we're gonna have Barrister Nemekejo for in the next couple of minutes, not now, in the next couple of minutes. But before then, I hope we have transmitted very well without any restriction.
No. We are very, very clear in every platform that we are on. Biafra Radio app is live and direct. All Facebook pages and Twitter and YouTube is simulcastly broadcasting. So we are live. The whole world is listening. Mazi.
Okay, that's okay. In the next couple of minutes, we shall have Barrister Nemekejo on air, but just gonna give us a little time so that we're gonna put one or two things together. Okay, before that, you might play us some interlude before that, okay?
Provide us some evidence that IPOB's a terrorist group. More than 2 years later, still zero. You can't make free speech and freedom of association terrorism. Every single day that he languishes in that solitary confinement is another crime against humanity.
The protest that you saw, where you saw the army shooting people, innocent, unarmed citizens, that took place in 2016. Okay, our people came together, as they have done several years before, okay, to honor their fallen heroes, those that fell in the Biafra Nigerian Civil War of 1967 through 1970. So they gathered, this is a high school. They were not on the street protesting. No. They were not in front of the House of Assembly with placard protesting. No. They were not marching or causing insurrection anywhere. No. They were in a particular place. You have to go through a gate to come into the school premises. That's where they gathered. And that's where the combined forces of Nigerian Army, Air Force, Navy, DSS came in there, took a combat position on the ground, and opened a live ammunition. And at the end of the day, they murdered over 150 young men and women. 150 young men and women. And this was reported by Amnesty International. It was all over the globe. And to make matters worse, they took their body and dumped them in a mass grave where they poured acid on these children so they become irrecognizable. So, how could somebody tell me or convince anybody that this is a viable nation that would work for everyone? These are the atrocities that led to the debut of the person of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that you hear today. And this young man requested for things to get better, build schools, build roads and bridges, build hospitals, so that our women will have a place they can go and receive a proper medical attention. Build recreational centers, build factories. So as young men and women are graduating from school, they have a place where they can be gainfully employed. They don't want to do any of this. But this country will spend money from the oil revenue to import terrorists from all over the world. Right now, there are more than 5 terrorist groups that operate in the country today. Ansaru is in Nigeria. El-Shabaab is in Nigeria. Mieti Allah operates in Nigeria. Fulani bandits operate in Nigeria. Fulani herders that have been named the 4th deadliest terrorist group in the world by the Global Terrorist Watch of West Africa. These terrorist groups operate in Nigeria. And the government of Nigeria provides an enabling environment for them to thrive, for them to do their bidding. They provide them with logistics, money, arms, and then they send them to the eastern region of Nigeria to kill my people and to destabilize the region. That is their goal. And that's exactly what they're doing now. These are the things that brought out Mazi Nnamdi.
Okay, thank you very much, Mazume, for that very short interlude. And I hope I'm being heard. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, loud and clear. Maz, loud and clear. Go on forward. Go on, please. Loud and clear.
Okay. We shall have one of our lawyers address us to give us, from a legal perspective, what transpired in court today. So we have Barrister Nemeke Ejiofor to speak with us. The next voice is his.
Thank you very much, lovers of freedom. My name is Nemeke Ejiofor. We just came out from the Federal High Court number 3, sitting in Abuja, presided over by Justice Binta Inyako. We today had proceedings concerning the bail of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We moved the motion for bail. We also moved the preliminary objection challenging the trial, continuation of trial on the basis that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has not been given adequate time and facility to withstand trial. This is because we as lawyers who have been visiting him have not had the free access or free freedom or the freedom to discuss with him without the DSS eavesdropping into our conversation or taking pictures of what we are doing. Under the Constitution, he's entitled to a lawyer of his choice, and not just a lawyer of his choice. He's also entitled to have the privacy to discuss with his lawyers. So these things are lacking at the DSS, because the room where we normally visit him is bugged with cameras and microphones. They listen to our conversation, so it's difficult for us to discuss strategy. It's difficult for us to discuss his defense under that condition. So we are challenging commencement of trial on the ground that he has not been given the adequate time and facility as provided for by the Constitution. We also, like I said earlier, moved the bail application. Of course, the federal government of Nigeria challenged it. Though the grounds upon which they challenged it is that he had earlier on jumped bail. But we all know that the Supreme Court has already taken care of that aspect. The Supreme Court had ruled that he never jumped bail. And not only just the Supreme Court, the High Court in Oman here also ruled that Nnamdi Kanu never jumped bail. So we have various court decisions on that already, which we presented to his lordship, and we believe that those decisions of the other high courts will persuade her. We also believe that the Supreme Court judgment will bind her. So the issue of bail, by the grace of God, is taken care of. We are hoping that on the 19th of March, when this matter is adjourned to, we are going to receive favorable news concerning the bail. So that is the situation for today. Thank you very much, lovers of freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Barrister Emeka. Thank you.
Regarding what the summary of what transpired today in court, do you have any question relating to that?
Not really, because you have already said everything. So we believe in 19th of March, the bail decision will be made. So this is certainly to Biafrans to be hacking upon. So it's coming from the horse's mouth. So thank you, Mazi.
Okay, thank you very much from me, from every one of us here. The time now is 12:33 p.m. So we are signing out on this very day, the 26th day of February. So we implore Biafrans and lovers of freedom to be hopeful. Do not relent, do not be deterred, because we have a couple of days to that very date. So let's keep our fingers crossed and expect that everything would go in our favor. Thank you very much, Maziume. From here. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawman. Yes, fellow comrades and lovers of freedom, and it is an exciting morning, but it's not exciting that our leader is still behind bars. And the adjournment is on the 19th of March, the 20th of March. Host of people spoke. Bruce Fame spoke falsely, and Barrister Emeka ended it all by, narrating what happened and giving us of the legal perspective of it. And we're hopefully on that day, things are going to take a different shape because, like the video I was previously playing, we've been treated like we are outcast in that same contraption called Zoo Nigeria. Sunday Igboho has gone back to his village and is walking freely. He has done more than Onyendu did to talk about the angle they came. But everybody is fighting because something is wrong and the zoo is unworkable. So all we are asking for is they then to release our leader, give us a date for referendum, because in this particular audio I was playing, Onyendu make it clear that he rules out of anything, any war. We're not going to war with anybody because the truth is more, stronger and more active than so-called picking up arms. We don't want that now. We don't need 70-70. All we are asking for is a referendum. And I can't thank you guys enough. Those that have listened and those who are going to listen. May Chukwu Kabama continue to bless and guide and give us direction. Biafrans across the globe, even Showore that they call, Showore himself was discharged and acquitted. because these are political prisoners. These are political, witch hunt that Buhari administration brought the same APC they're going through. They cannot get away with it because what we are fighting for is enacted, and even the African Human Rights Charter. So, self-determination is our inalienable right. We are asking for what rightfully belongs to us. We are asking, our leaders asking to go back to 63 Constitution or 58? I don't know. I think 63 Constitution. Let every region, go back and develop on their own pace. That's what we're asking, nothing else. They can't pollute our land and put us under oppression, in perpetuity. Every single one of us has gone on exile because we have no better place to go to. I thank every single one of you, and may we continue to pray for our leader. Most of all of us as IPOB worldwide need to put our heart together. My advice to every IPOB member, regardless of position in IPOB, people must know how to act. Our leader came first, regardless how you see yourself. It does. If without onion, none of us exist. So, firstly, before you take any action, think about the repercussion of that action and what it's going to entail. Because our leader is behind bars. This is not the time for people to have their personal differences and bringing it into the struggle. People must learn how to manage each other and respect each other. We must treat each other with absolute respect. That's the only thing I have to left in this morning. It is not easy, but today we have done noble, and every doubt and every deceit and lies that people have perpetrated about our leader, those that are feeding out of our leader misery and IPOB, the legal team has been restrategized. No one is going to tell you that they hear anything. Those that involved spoke today in Biafra Radio. This is the radio that our leader approved. And there's no contest about it. Radio Biafra was where Onyendu paid everything and sleep on the street of London. But when you guys desecrated that particular platform, our leader ordered for this platform. And today, noblemen have spoken. Bruce Fame spoke. Every single person in America spoke. So let it be known to everybody. But I will say, this time is not the time for bickering. People need to man up and take responsibility. Anybody that has done wrong, even on your workplace, when you do wrong, put your hands up. And if there is issue, put it out with a very, in a civilized manner. That's where you speak to people. I have to say this, it's important, because as we are driving home, we need to be careful on what we say or what we do. Very, very important. I thank all of you for listening, and may Chukwuka will continue to bless and guide all of us. Give us that direction, and most importantly, may he continue to preserve Onyendu. Thank God we see him today for several months. They have peddled so many lies. Even they said Onyendu is in Kaduna, and you see them come out on social media talking about it. Onyendu is in court, because this is the men that have sworn that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will die in prison. What they are doing is collecting money, cashing out on the name of our leader. But woe betide all of you. It is a matter of time. But we are proving it today that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu legal team stand on the ground, and these men are noble. Because
if the country was working, you may not know who Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is. It wasn't working. And it's never going to work.
Fellow comrade, we are going to witness the press conference live in Abuja from our legal team. So I was about to close this program, but I've just received a call from our men on the ground. So there's going to be a press conference which is going to be live. We're going to scream it live now. So everybody should hold back. There's no need of going anywhere. Today is a significant day. So like I said, I just get a call from lawman on the ground. They're preparing for a press release from our legal team, and we're going to stream it live now. Please, wait, please.
Not the way the country is presently constituted. When he was out, people say you're calling for war, you want to war, you're causing problem. He said, no. I'm not causing problem. I'm just asking our government, the government, to do the right thing by the people. So I'm going to stop here, and you can hear his goals and aspiration.
You're not talking about a federation when you say a confederation. You're not talking about a federation as part of Nigeria. You're talking about total independence.
Absolute independence. Complete independence.
Now, is there anything that can happen that will make you change your mind about this particular direction?
No.
So it is either Biafra or nothing else.
Or death, yes.
or death.
That's correct.
If push comes to shove,
yes,
will you go to war?
No, because truth is a far more potent and deadlier weapon than bullets and mortars.
So no war. You've ruled out the
absolutely. I don't believe in war. No war.
Well, we're going to invite Attorney Jesse to educate us a bit on the legal aspect of the whole thing where we are today. Brother Jesse, thank you, brother. There you go.
So, I'm a construction lawyer, and the only time I ever get called on to engage any sort of criminal law is if a client's son or daughter gets in trouble in college. But even the ignoramus construction lawyer knows when something's wrong from a criminal standpoint, and there are just so many wrongs involved with these timelines, and I want you to keep in mind two things that are fundamental, not just here in the U.S., but worldwide for the most part, according to the UN. One is the right to confer with your counsel, or to at least have contact on a consistent basis with your counsel, even if you're in jail, to have that right and have that privilege. Otherwise, how do you prepare a defense? The second is the concept of a right to a speedy trial, meaning you're not to sit and languish, let alone in solitary confinement, when you are awaiting trial or awaiting the process to deliver whether or not you are guilty or innocent. So that's what sticks out most to me when I look at this timeline, and it's truly remarkable. But going back to October 2015, when Mr. Kanu was arrested and detained for over a year, you don't see anything about a trial or a finding of guilty there, right? You just see that he was detained for a year with no outcome. Well, I guess he made bail in April of 2017 and was released, only to be have his home invaded, has been said, in a government failed assassination attempt. So then the process was to kidnap him and torture him for 8 days and then hand him over to the Nigerian government. So here we are, some sort of accusations starting in October of 15, and then we're in June of 2021, 6 years later, without any finding of innocence or guilt, and this is still ongoing. January of 2022, he actually gets a trial, and the Nigerian army was found guilty of the failed assassination attempt in violation of his rights. Now, we've heard in past gatherings from lead counsel for Mr. Kanu that there are occasions where he would fly all the way from the U.S. and not be allowed to meet with Mr. Kanu to prepare a defense. So he would be told to wait and wait and wait and still not receive contact with Mr. Kanu, his client, okay, to prepare a defense to the proceedings and to the charges at hand, which is just absolutely nightmarish and outlandishly unfair and outlandishly a violation of human rights. We start preparing civil cases in the construction world that have just money on the line years in advance. Yet here's Mr. Kanu rotting in a cell, not allowed contact with his counsel to prepare for charges that could lead to any number of findings, including, I'm sure, ultimate confinement. July of 2022, the United Nations issues a unanimous decision calling for the immediate and unconditional release of Mr. Kanu. Was that honored? Absolutely not. He remained in solitary confinement. And then in October of 2022, that finding is upheld by the Federal Appeals Court in Abuja, Nigeria, and Mr. Kanu was acquitted of all charges. And that appeals court demanded his immediate release from the detention. It gets to the Nigerian Supreme Court. Now we're a year later. And if you've ever been in litigation in a civil context, your cases always get put behind the criminal cases because of the right to a speedy trial. Well, here we have decisions from courts lasting, taking over a year to determine, whether or not this this appellate court was going to be upheld. So the Nigerian Supreme Court, over 14 months later, upholds all dismissals. All charges are gone except for one, a terrorism charge. And that's what remains for Mr. Kanu, is a single terrorism charge, and he remains in solitary confinement. I believe a hearing is set for Monday. Will he be allowed to confer with counsel? Will he be allowed to actually have the right of preparing a defense with his counsel? Probably not. What's next? What are they going to do next?
Mazi Kanu has been likened to Mandela. Alexia Navalny likened to Mandela. The difference is Alexia is gone. And if we do not do anything, this definitely will be the fate of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, which is what the government wants, and which we will not stand to see happen. So as we gather tonight, I just want of us to think about who in the government that we know, meaning the United States government, to be able to speak up on behalf of this powerful voice that is being silenced by the Nigerian government. Because only us, the trial is set for the 26th of February, which is just Monday. So we need to do something quick. We need to send a strong message to the Nigerian government that we will continue to demand Mazi's unconditional and immediate release from the dungeon. Nigeria is a country that poses to be a democracy, but as you can see, very far from being a democratic country. Mazi spoke up, that was his crime, and his punishment is actually being sentenced to death. So those of us that are members of the Ambassador for Self-Determination, our goal is continue to champion the release of the likes of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, wherever they may be around the world. I think we've walked the halls of Congress, and we need more voices.
Another
Wait,
yes.
Wait. We are going to have another.
No, they
Yes.
Right on that.
How do you feel?
No, yeah. It's a matter. Oh, yeah, now. Video. Please, let's
do I just look into your camera? Which cameras? Any place?
Yeah,
Any place. Okay. Well,
I mean,
I was disappointed at today's proceedings. I think Nnamdi's lawyer did a magnificent job in presenting the very, very strong case for bail, consistent with the Nigerian Supreme Court's decision saying when you flee to protect your life, you're not breaching a bail condition. But I want to assure all Biafrans everywhere, the work goes on, the cause endures, the hope still lives, the dream never dies. We will continue to persist, inspired by Nnamdi Kanu's greatness and confronting just staggering pain, suffering, etc., for the cause of so many, the living and those yet to be born. And we are confident that justice ultimately will prevail. It may be late, but I think that everyone should tremble when they recognize that God is just and his justice will not sleep forever. So we have a new renewed bail hearing scheduled for March 19th. We're guardedly optimistic it will turn out positively for everyone, because the rule of law, which is what is at stake here, benefits every Nigerian, not just one group, not just Hausa, Fulani, Yoruba, Biafrans, Igbos. The rule of law benefits everyone, and that's what this struggle is about. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, your life. Go on, Mr. Go on, Namazi.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you once again,
Thank you.
Barrister Nameke Jofo.
Thank you.
So this is one of our legal luminaries for IPOB and Nnamdi Kanu. Okay, so Barrister, please, in summary, what transpired today in court?
Well, thank you very much. What happened today in court was the bail application we filed was moved. We urged His Lordship to release Nnamdi Kanu as directed by the Supreme Court. And we also, in the course of moving the application, urged my Lord to be guided and persuaded by the judgments of other high courts, especially the High Court in Umuahia and the High Courts at Enugu, where the issues of his leaving Nigeria was adequately canvassed and discussed. And we know that in those courts, the courts held that Nnamdi did not jump bail, but rather was chased away from Nigeria by the Nigerian armed forces when they went to terminate his life in his house in Afaruku. The prosecution, on the other hand, challenged the issue of bail, claiming that he jumped bail. But obviously, the Supreme Court had taken care of that. The Supreme Court said in their judgment of December 15, 2023, that Nnamdi did not jump bail, but rather had to escape for the safety of his life and well-being, and that nobody should have revoked his bail in the first place, you know. So we thank God that today we were able to move that application. We were actually hoping also that we were going to have a ruling today, but eventually His Lordship was the opinion that bail, that they really had to wait until the 19th of March, 2024, by which time she would have made up her mind whether to grant bail or not, or the conditions to attach the bail if granted. We're also looking forward to a hearing. Yes, she had directed the prosecution to file their witness statement on oath from the witnesses they have, and serve on us timeously so that we can prepare for our defense and cross-examination. So we're looking forward to a robust 19th of March, you know, when they will present whatever witness they have, and then we can also challenge those witnesses with our questions to determine the veracity or otherwise of what they are going to say. So that is precisely what happened today, and what we expect to happen in the nearest future between today and the 19th of March, 2024.
Okay, thank you very much. Please,
my name is Nemeke Jofo.
Please, Barrister, the public has been in the know regarding Nnamdi Kanu's health issue.
Yes.
So a simple question, and I believe the public also wants to know the update. How is Nnamdi Kanu health-wise?
Well, from the medical reports made available to us, which we filed in court, his health is not too wonderful. He needs proper medical attention, and it's obvious that in the DSS facility where he's detained, there is no, they do not have the capacity or the enough facility to handle the situation, his health condition. You know, you can imagine a situation where samples of his blood had been taken over 25 times, you know, and yet there is no cure in sight. So we have also brought in an independent medical practitioner who also examined him and had come up with a conclusion that the situation he's having right now can lead to heart failure. And we know that DSS may not be able to have the facility to treat such conditions. You might even find it difficult to have it in the State House. You remember in the State House some time ago, the former First Lady said that they don't even have syringes. That is the clinic of the president.
Paracetamol.
They don't have paracetamol, they don't have syringes. So you can imagine then bringing an issue of heart before such facility. So we do not think they have the facility to take care of him health-wise. Otherwise, they would have done it. We also believe they do not have the facility to even manage him. You know, such death can come gradually. It can come gradually, and that is what I think we're experiencing. Okay, but we are looking forward to a situation where this court can grant bail. Then he can look for a good medical hospital that would handle his health condition and treat him, not just manage him, but treat him.
That's okay.
Thank you
very much
Thank
for
you.
that message of
Thank
hope
you.
and update. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can ask the boy guys from Ohaneze Youth.
Okay, Mazi Boyaka Oyubayaka, Ohaneze Youth Council. Please tell us something regarding today's activity in court.
Thank you so much. I think the issue we are facing today in Nigeria is a denial of justice. And I think the federal government of Nigeria have not learned how to use justice to achieve peace. You cannot achieve peace in any part of the world without justice. I believe that if the Federal High Court will do justice to them, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu case, and when they bring the allegation that Nnamdi Kanu jumped bail, I want to inform the federal government to remember that on that fateful day of Operation Python Dance, more than 200 Igbo youth were massacred at Afara Uku, and they should bear that in mind before talking about jumping of bail. And it is obvious that they came for his life, and Nnamdi Kanu seek for safety. So there is nothing like jumping of bail. On behalf of the Youth Council, we are showing our solidarity to Nnamdi Kanu and also a Biafra struggle, because we have discovered that the victimization of an Igbo man is the definition of the unity of Nigeria they are talking about. And we believe that if Nigeria really wants justice or want peace and love in Nigeria, the only way to go about it is to make sure that justice is done. So we are hoping that on 19th of March next month, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be released. Thank you. God bless.
Cotton, Mazi, thank you once again.
Yes. Mazi is still live on air, so okay. I think that's it for me from them, and that was very, very precise. We thank every single one of you that have showed up in Abuja, and we, those that came to support our leader and IPOB worldwide, Ohaneze Youth Wing. We thank all of you, and immensely to our legal team and our preparation for the 19th and 20th March of 2024. All we are hoping is that we are fighting for a just cause, regardless how much it's going to take. I always say, Mandela spent 27 years in prison in Rhode Island. At the end of the day, he came out and emerged as president of South Africa, and he became the role model for every black man, home and abroad. It is not easy. We have to pay some prices. That is why me and you are here. And as I was saying before I was, got a signal from the men on the ground of this press release, we must be guarded. What has happened today is significant in our lives, and we cannot afford to fail our leader. Our leader said, I will not be the one to fail you. You people are the ones that are going to fail me. Ask yourself a fundamental question. How is our leader's health? Those that stifle IPOB fund, those that are withholding IPOB fund and claiming that you love Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, those that have stopped contributing, giving one flimsy excuse or the other, those that have started showing up in things that require them to do. We are a voluntary force. Onyendu said, and I'll quote him, we are volunteers. Volunteers are the most, formidable force you can find anywhere in the world. Even if you look at what's happening in America today, the MAGA, regardless how much Nick Haley is raising every day from the deep state, but the people spoken, we are the people. And we must go back to the drawing board like we have done now. Our legal team are standing firmly, and we believe that the Nigerian government know what is good for them. Toworo is working freely. Sunday Igboho have returned back home. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu cannot be held back. What they need to do the right thing. They have to put up that what we ask for is a referendum, the constitution that is written by the people, not the one concocted by Abdul Salam Abubakar by the British in Nikon Nogan Hotel Abuja. We will not accept that. And I thank all of you for listening to us. And this is Biafra Radio, and is 2 minutes on top of the hour here, 12 p.m. in London, and the same 2 minutes on top of 1 p.m. in Holy Land of Biafra. And I thank all of you for listening. And may Chukwuka Abiyama continue to guide and protect us. And everybody now must go back and start doing the right thing. Thank you for all seeing our leader today again, even though his health is not in the best shape. But one thing we know, we pray for him, but whom that sent him will always since they couldn't keep me in Afale Quebec in 14th of September 2027. They couldn't kill him in Kenya after 8 days. He's been in DSS dungeon going to 3 years now. I'm saying this for those people that disobey Maz and that kind of publicly because they want the Nigerian government to take a
very simple prayer, God's prayer, which reminds us about the supremacy of the Almighty Creator. A very simple prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on this earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, now and forevermore, we pray. He said.
Nande Kano, Odogundi Mozi na Baloko. Obinigwe na-ekwu okwu n'ogwelibe gbalụ Jehova ya lee Obinigwe na-ekwu okwu ọ ka na-ekwu okwu Obinigwe na-ekwuzi okwu ike Nnamdi Kanu Odogwu bili eze ndị Igbo gburugburu Nnamdi Kanu ọchịagha ụmụ Igbo Odogwu Biafra bili Odogwu ndị Mozi na-agbala ọkụ Nenu wesikano Yenu wano sinachi ya dema Mbwembu kasi na nweze nwelo nwa Mana tata na nweze nwego kwa nwa Mbwembu kasi ni igwe nweleze Mana tata na nyibi igwe anye nwegezenu Nnamdi Nnobunya bụ eze ndị Igbo Eziokwu nenu webuka Eziokwu nenu ụwa siri ikenu Eziokwu nenu wesikano Ọkwa ịma na onye na-achọ onye aka ya dị ọcha na ọchụgide onye nenu ụwa chụbịa n'ụwa ọmanụ o ji be nwata woni aka enu aka lobe yilo n'oge wetu ya nenu ụwa nụ ife Nnamdi na-ekwu nenu ụwa nụ n'ọbụka oge si dịrị n'ụmụ Igbo mmanụ titi eji wee nwee Naijiria na ndị Igbo nenu ụwa na pachibelo Naijiria ife a na-eme anyị bụ getaway come closer onye ọbụla nenu ụwa na-atụ alele ili nni nenu ụwa bọọlụ onye Igbo ịchọ ọchịchị na bọọlụ nụ gwa m ife ga-eme nenu ụwa ka emezie nenu ụwa wee metụ ụwa mma n'ọkwa bụ ndị Igbo bụ nsogbu anyị nwelu na anyị bụ ndị Igbo na anyị na-agbazi onwe anyị mgba gwa m ife ga-eme metụ ụwa mmanụ gwazie m ife ga-eme wee metụ ụwa mma Nnamdi na o nwere okwu nchọla ịgwa anyị ichefugo na nwaeze adefu na mbanụ n'ọkwa na nwaeze ka ịbụnụ maka na ama m n'ọchịchị lụrụ ibe nna ya iwere pụ ọchịchị lụrụ ibe nna ya iwe pụta ka ịzọpụta ụmụ Igbo nụ ụmụ Igbo afọ na ị ga-azọpụta fa eziokwu na o nwere ife ga-eme gị n'ụwa ị ga-adị ka echi maka na ama m na echi n'ọdụ agwụ agwụ ndụ gị ga-adị n'afịa na n'izu na nọ eke n'olie na afọ na nkwọ ka ndụ gị ga-adịnụ onye chụba gị n'ọbịa.
Yes. Good evening, good morning, good night, depending on your time zone, fellow comrades and lovers of freedom. Today is the 28th day of February, year of our Lord 2024. And I'm reaching you out from United Kingdom to be precise. And as I'm welcoming you, please do welcome others. This evening is another episode of Who Sold Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. And this evening, I'm going to brought up a little information that will be held there to all of us. So without further ado, we want you to share this program, regardless how the enemy and the agent of provocateurs, because we are fighting in a different flank. Those that have perpetrated the evil against our leader, those household enemies, they're now working with Facebook to make sure they ganged up against us, not to share the programs and whatnot. But it doesn't matter what anybody thinks, because at the end of the day, as long as man walk this earth, as long as internet exists, they are the most listening on what we are saying here, because they hide under their wives' wrappers, including Chika Paul Edoziem, the devil himself. The chronicle of a saboteur. Chika Edoziem is evil of all evil, and his cronies. And there is no apology to that. I want every single one of you to pay attention this evening, because I'm going to disseminate a lot of information. Very, very pivotal this evening. And another thing is that I'm going to indulge you to make sure you go to Biafra Radio to get the hotspot account of what transpired on the 26th of February at the Federal High Court, Abuja. That coverage was epic. We haven't seen anything like that before in a history of IPOB. Regardless, those that have come before us, it's not a brag, but we are making it abundantly clear. If you want to get on-spot account of what transpired in Abuja on the 26th of February, and you can see the atmosphere on that court was different from what we used to see. Everybody can attest that our leader's mood was different, because Onyendu was... one thing I want to tell you this evening is this. The majority of you think because you're clapping hand before our leader, or the peanut you guys are contributing is why Mazen Nnamdi Kanu lose his two parents. None of us saw what he saw before all of us had his voice and joined. And any of you thinking that what is happening now is going to break Onyendu, you have to rethink again. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was arrested by Obasanjo before even the pedophile himself attempted and fell woefully. One thing I want to realize to tell you tonight, those say they made Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, will ask them, what have they contributed in IPOB? What have they done? Mazen Nnamdi Kanu never asked anybody, never begged anybody. He was talking on the radio, all of us key in. There's no two ways about it. Nobody made Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu wasn't taking accolade from anybody. Because if Onyendu was looking for kingship, or to lead, or to become a tyrant, or to become what is not, is a servant. I'm going to play the video, short videos that transpired yesterday. Now they're scamping for information. Now they've written that we're going to show some couple stuff they've written. But the reason why I'm showing it tonight, because this is the episode 006 of Who Sold. Those that sold Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, they are evidently, you can see them now. They're not far-fetching. Those most trusted, you can see them now. Where are they? They are nowhere to be found. Like I always said, truth is the only thing that can stand the test of time. It doesn't matter how long you peddle lies, servitude, and deceit will not wash at this point in time. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu appeared on court on 26th. All the lies they have told you, all of us know that our leader have a health condition, but that does not mean that people will now projecting all manner of, lies and projecting things that were never. You can't publish somebody's health information if you have one. This is the handwork of Ifeanyi Ejiofor, the native doctor of Ifeanyi Ejiofor from Olefite. This gang of criminals. Ejiofor rewrite the history in IPOB, wrote a guiding principle that Chikedozium is operating, but Chikedozium going around the world using falsified authorization that Mazen Nankan never gave him. That is why half of the crime they committed across the globe, they went to, misinform those countries that Chikedozium is in charge. Chikedozium is not in charge of IPOB. IPOB was structured. This is not the first time Onyendu has been incarcerated. Even when we have a deputy, he knows his limitations, which Chikedozium himself is aware. But they did what they did, thinking that Mazen Nankan is not going to make it alive. What they told him in 2015, the history has repeated himself once again. And that is why you don't hear Chikedozium speaking. He gone on to, when he said a man gone into under the sea, that is where he's hiding, because he knows what is going to happen to him. I want to make something clear to Biafrans tonight. Some of you did not know why the former deputy leader resigned from IPOB, even though when he started misbehaving, there was a talks on behind the scene before he held the meeting he held with the so-called he has to whatever they ask you to do it. Obido Obienu was preaching back then. On that particular Zoom meeting that day, they messed themselves up. One of the reasons was in UK here, when he attempted to write a history by removing the national coordinator he appointed, Onyendu instructed Uchomofo to not do that. Is on history. He says that is one of the Onyendu retweeted this when we hold meeting here in UK, when Onyendu called us a meeting before it disbanded United Kingdom. Now, second thing was our code of conduct. It was on Uchemofo's table for a very long time. After going through it, he couldn't sign it because he understands the fundamentals of that code of conduct. Chikedozium is toying with it, thinking that you live in Switzerland, that is untouchable. Or those that told him, Mazen Nankan is not going to come, because everything he has done, he's done it on legal. And I want to tell you something tonight. That is why Nnemeke Ejiofor memo will be the only presentation Mazen Nankan can tender anywhere in the world, because Onyendu was incarcerated when all these things happened. There is no any paragraph in our code of conduct that says Chikedozium have power to do anything. Even the day he came to UK here to say he removed our national coordinator and a host of others, he read that code of conduct and understood that he has no power to do what he's doing. But he went beyond, because they already told him. Then the so-called faceless monk, now hiding under a desert, now he lives in Ghana. Now be the spokesman that nobody sees him. But one challenge I'm going to throw at him tonight. I'm going to show you what this guy wrote about our leader, right? We don't forget things, in a hurry. Anything he said, we'll keep that information in a very good, we serve it in a very cold manner. Now, I want to say something here. I'm going to play Mazen Nankan audio, because some of the videos we saw on the 26th. And now, you ask yourself question. These individuals are the ones now analyzing Mazen Nankan's, body language. And now, after they have wished him death, all these individuals that have said ill things about our leader, look at Onyendu that have spent getting to almost 24 months, 36 months makes 3 years. So we're going on to, Onyendu is now 32 months in DSS dungeon, because 4 months now we're going to get to June. Onyendu has spent 32 good months in DSS dungeon. Look at our leaders, because when people say that Onyendu has memory issues and all that, Onyendu was carrying his own file. His case file, Mazen Nankan carrying it by himself, not somebody supporting him. You could see the difference from when all this miscreants was coming in the court and what happened on 26. Very, very important to understand. And now I want to say something here. This is one of the lies they told you. This is a murderer. This is a killer. I'm going to remind him about what he done in Aba tonight. This guy, nature will never abort vacuum as long as we live it. Everything that this guy have done, because Chikedozium was trading with caution and they're pushing him. They're pushing him because Chike Doziem, somebody told me Chike Doziem answer Onyendu side. When Chomofo refused to sign code of conduct, Onyendu said, okay, you are the next man in line. He wouldn't say no to Onyendu. Because what has happened, I want to tell you again tonight. You see, including Omiomio, Clifford Uruanya, all these species of 2015, all of them now have ganged up. Now they are the one behind the scene pushing this agenda. Some of you don't know. This is not a kindred thing because check all these people. Omiomio, all this is from Ifitihu or whatever they call it. All these people come from the same place. Chike Doziem, all of them. You know what is from Mungwa. These people are from one-sided place, all of them. To see how evil and devilish these individuals are. But one thing they don't understand, they think Mazen Nankane was going to be broken. But woe betide all of them. The shame have swallowed them. The history have write himself on the 26th of February 2024. They started peddling lie that Onyendu has been transferred to Kaduna because they thought Onyendu would not appear in court. They never knew. They have done everything. Hope Uzodinma have fed them garbage, thinking that it's going to be as business as usual. But so many people spoke up on that day. Shore spoke, Sunday Igboho spoke. But the people that were supposed to be fighting for Mazen, to fight alongside with our leader that has sworn oath, are the one busy pointing failure because they just propose, they are taking stand. They know without Mazen Nankane, the money is not going to flow anymore. Where is Ejiofor today? The most trusted. Where is he? Ejiofor is a common employer. We employed him. Employee. We employed Ejiofor. Ezekome was paid $80,000. Ezekome, they were reading meanings on the man that Onyendu brought his hand to shook. They don't know who that man was. And reason why the man kept his composure. Because you know the man that brought his hand, the fear. The fear will not allow him to open his palm and put his palm in Onyendu's palm because he understood the consequences. Some of you don't know that. Some of you got privileged to Onyendu thinking Onyendu is an ordinary human being. Tell me who we go through what Mazen Nankane have gone through. I'm still alive today. Show me that person. And I told you that it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. When Ased Okubo was with his sense, he said, no man alive, dead or alive, have done what Mazen Nankane have done. He's on record. Ased Okubo quote him, he said, dead or alive, nobody have done what Mazen Nankane have done. And today, some of you are jumping up and down, thinking that you have arrived. Now, this is one of the things we told you people that we will always remind you. This is so-called China Sanwo-Olu wrote, where he's reporting about Mazen Nankane. The same person said that Onyendu, they have killed Mazen Nankane. The one they call Wachineke, start telling people on radio where they propagating lies, to start burning houses down. Who are the people actually trying to contradict Mazen Nankane's trial? Because now they say they've had witnesses. Most of these people are going to be the one to witness, but we'll have to see the witness. It's not going to be a secret trial. No, it's not going to exist. If you want to take a stand, we have to know who is taking that stand. Witnesses have to take a stand. Anywhere in the world, Americans never have secret trial. All they do, they will give you protection and relocate you. That's what civilized world do. But you have to take a stand. You have to testify against somebody. That's how it works everywhere in the world. Now, this is what this guy said. The report reaching IPOB leadership. I don't know. IPOB does not have leadership. This is the biggest lie and falsehood. Because when anybody wants to commit crime, they will find alibi. Leadership in IPOB does not exist. We have only one source and one central command, and led by Mazen Nankane. Every other person is insubordinate. I'm not going to read our code of conduct tonight because I just want to give you a preamble of what is about to come. Now, this is what this guy was saying. Has it that Mazen Nankane is having some health complication as he is having an internal vein bleeding and a serious health issue that need urgent attention? This is not for any wishful good or for putting pressure on those that hold him Mazen. No. This is a projection. And because you're saying things that's things you don't use for propaganda. Even if Onyendu have all this, Onyendu never authorized you to write them. I'm saying hypothetically, but he never, even some call a job for when he regained his senses, when he knew the last interview he gave, we know that it's gone. You know, I started being careful on, because he was coming out on so-called yapping and most trusted, beating up his chest that he have arrived. A riffraff, a common criminal in Abuja that is defrauded somebody less than 6 million naira. You take that kind of idiot as serious? Someone they brought through the back door. But this is some of the things this guy said about our leader. And we must all rise up and make sure Mazen Nandekan is released immediately to undergo through medical examination and treatment, and even the DSS medical. But all this is a jargon. I just showed you where he's lying about our leader. And it's important that we all understand. I don't want to continue reading what is, because it makes me sick, to be fair with anybody. It makes me very, very irritating. You know, reading what this monk is written. I can't read it because it makes me trying to vomit. Now, let me come back to what happened in this couple of days, right? You see this picture. I will start with this picture. They read meaning on this picture. That Mazen Nandekan, they told Mazen Nandekan that they have abandoned him. Isn't it ironic that riffraffs, that some of them are cleaning old people's rust in whatever they live, regardless what you do is entirely up to you. I don't give a crap about what people do. Whatever you do to survive in life, good to you. But what I'm saying in essence is that if Mazen Nandekan, for any peradventure, want to come out of DSS dungeon tonight, you know what to do. It is not because of you. Even if it is one person that remains, Onyendu told you that is 100 men. Have you asked yourself question? Why did he make that statement? His two parents have died, and they think it's because of you. You need to think again. They read meaning. Our leader has been a lion of his own from day one. This is not the first time he has flipped in the court. We know 2016, 17, Onyendu always scream anytime he come on the court. But at the end of the day, we calm down, because at this section, you will see where he was with elderly men and his family member, and you can see how lively he was, speaking to everybody, walking freely. But they're not happy, because they never knew that a day like this will come. And now they don't have any source of their propaganda anymore to lie. Where are they going to get it? If you want the information, what happened in Abuja on 26th of this month, go to Biafra Radio, then we get info. It's there, information. It's not me. Everything that was happening in Abuja was transmitted live to the whole world on Biafra Radio on the 26th of February 2024. And it's on record. It has never been done before. All spot account we used to have is just people might be sitting on the phone talking. We're talking about things that were televised, simultaneously broadcasting in every platform we have, including is on our app. So it is not something to mimic about. This is a fact of life. It's not hearsay. Now, I will continue. There is meaning on this picture. But I'll tell you one thing. This picture shows that Mazen Nandekan still remember Mazen Nandekan, the supreme leader of indigenous people of Biafra that we know. Even the DSS man that behind his back is humble. Some of you did not know that the first DSS man that manhandled Mazen Nandekan in 2015, I went to Abuja, I left London, I went to Abuja. That man died after that thing happened. Abakir and a host of them died. When you pronounce you, you're gone. All of them gone. So I will take out this picture. Now, because I want to share something here. Now, this is what the so-called China Sanwo-Olu wrote. The person that said they're opposing Onyendu's appearing in court. But now he's telling you that Nigerian federal government has engaged 3 senior advocates of Nigeria, Sam, to take over prosecution. So why wouldn't we change our legal team? If Nigerian government will change their legal team, so why are you guys mad that Onyendu changes his legal team? Can you see how contradictory these people are? The same animal could not give update about his leader. But now what he's telling you is what Nigerian government has done. But he's not telling you what he has done to defend his leader. He's writing, this is what he tweeted on, I think about 3 a.m. in the morning, the next day, which is 27th. Chief Adegbo Yaya or whatever Owomola is the lead Sam, and he is the one that refused shaking hands with Mazen Nnamdi Kanu in court. And it's very important that this guy pen this down. Let me educate this idiot. Now, this man is a private prosecutor, special prosecutor the Nigerian government brought. In the real world, you don't shake hand with somebody that's prosecuting you. That's number one. Number two, the man knows who Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is because the man himself was smart enough to put his two hands. Do you know what someone to bow down his hair as a Sam to our leader? He did not refuse to shake Mazen Nnamdi Kanu hand in signs of respect, in signs of disrespect or whatnot. But it was two things involved. He demonstrated his professionalism because he's a special prosecutor that the Nigerian government brought to prosecute Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, number one. Number two, he understood with the thought the consequences of messing around with Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. I want to admit some of it. But thank God you pen it down. But listen again, look at what some of the IRAT wrote. Not this one here. I need to find that particular write-up. It's very, very important that I find it. No. Where's that write-up? No. Okay. You know what? I don't have the write-up, but the write-up where this guy they call Austin, Chika Austin, was narrating about Onyendu's what happened with Onyendu and the lies they told. You know, I wanted to show it on the screen, but I didn't have it here. I thought I had it, but I didn't have it. I'm not gonna bother because it was inconsequential. And now, they went further. Today, this is another thing they were asking: who is this person? I respect Susan Mount very, very well, and she might have a good, moral motive on her questioning. But the person you see on this picture is not a threat to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. That's all I have to say. I'm not gonna go beyond telling you that the person you're witnessing on this picture is not a threat to Onyendu. But you can see that Onyendu is talking to him, and you have to hear our leader. So don't worry about who is involved because we have passed this particular stage now. The person on the picture, it doesn't matter because I think he should be more civilized, the world, and trying to section people. I'm not into that, to be honest with you. Since you don't know who that person is, don't section people. But like I said, he is not a threat to our leader. I'm not gonna go beyond this. Now, I just want to go through around these things before I say what I want to say. No, this is garbage. Now, another thing again I want to show is this family writer press. I keep on saying it. The former deputy leader opposed this because this is fraction within IPOB. These are Emeka Give, the host of Emeka Give, the people that are paying monthly. IPOB was paying him before he was suspended. Now the so-called cabal pick him up. Now they still, this same 3 hours ago, IPOB withdraw. They were opposing. Now they're withdrawing interest in Nigerian judiciary as regards Kanu's trial. Can you see how ridiculous these people can be? Because now we don't have problem with Nigerian government anymore. The people we have problem now are those that are claiming that they are Mazen Nnamdi Kanu loyalists. You ask them question. You are withdrawing trial. You are opposing Mazen Nnamdi Kanu appearing in court, but you people are scamping for the updates. I don't understand it. You people should move on because you guys are not IPOB member anymore. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, like I said this because every country, like Italy got different law, Germany got different law. The things that happen in Italy cannot happen in the United Kingdom. The things that happen in Germany will not happen in. I'm talking about on a legal level. Like those perpetrating evil with IP. I can't see Chike Doziem writing some jargon from Germany coming to UK here to use it to do anything. They tried it here now. I don't want to know how they want to do that in UK here. The one they did is that going to the company's house to change his Onyendu's name because it was widely done. Because the changing of Onyendu name, when Kanu Takanu kicked back, they brought Onyendu's back and still left Sophia Kanu as a director that's supposed to be a secretary. Errand person in the company's house. The record is there. Now, so I want people to disregard this individual because they are inconsequential. And as it stands right now, they know that all of them I said it, the specie of 2015 and 2021 are in the abyss of history. Anybody must understand that IPOB, the former deputy that will quote him, he said, it's either you are in an IPOB or outside IPOB yapping. They don't communicate with mass, and you know what that is. Benjamin Imadubu said that Onyendu, I can look for that video and play it for you tonight. Onyendu is angry. They're telling you about whatever the US said. Whatever the US said, but you don't obey Mazen. How is that going to add up? I'm going to look for Benjamin Imadubu video tonight and play, including the so-called the faceless mad dog itself. So I'm gonna put Onyendu's audios. What happened in Federal High Court on 26? Let's see some of it.
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, odogwu ndị mozi na-agbala ọkụ.
You know, the most funniest thing about this particular section that Onyendu want greeting all these people, those that came to prosecute him, is something that is an epic. You have never seen anything like that before. Confidently, but every single one of them understand the consequences behind this because they are the people they brought to prosecute Mazen Nandekan. They know what is at stake. Very, very important for those that that are leading meaning into their own idiocy, but they don't understand what is actually transpired here. Very, very important.
Nnamdi Kanu, odogwu bili, eze ndị Igbo gburugburu. Nnamdi Kanu, ọchịagha ụmụ Igbo, odogwu Biafra bili, odogwu ndị mozi na-agbala ọkụ.
It was tough. There are a lot of issues that arose today that are unexpected, but I'm satisfied the way we address those issues on the spot. A little disappointment remains that the court could not do a bench ruling on the bail application today. See, our client here has been detained for almost 5 years, counting to when he was detained from 2015 to today. So each extra day he remains in detention is a blight on his right to his liberty. So every lawyer should fight to have him enjoy his bail, be granted bail, so he can enjoy some freedom from this almost 5 years of detention and almost 7 years of being in exile. 3 weeks is not too much, but I would have preferred a bench ruling today.
But so far today, the court gave some orders in favor of your client with regards to his change of attire.
Yes.
He has been wearing since 2021. I mean, that is a step in the right direction. How do you react to that?
Well, it is, even though it detracted from him having to wear his traditional clothing. a little bit of a victory there is something to be happy about. So at least he can have a change of clothing since he was renditioned in 2021. So we're happy about it.
Last,
so was it?
I want to know the reason behind the change of counsel. Is there a reason behind that? Because Michael Zekome...
There's only one reason. Every client everywhere in the world has a right to change his counsel anytime. I may not be the one here on 19th March. By the grace of God, I hope I will be, but it may not be me. That is the right. So you have under the law to change their counsel.
So as you prepare for trial, sir, on the 19th, what's your position on the 7 counts that he's going to be facing before this court?
We've always been ready for trial, but as my Lord stated, trial is not for us to conduct. It's for the prosecution to conduct. Ours is to do cross-examination and put our defense at the end of the trial. We are ready.
Thank you very much.
The bail application is not meant to delay trial, as the prosecution suggested. No, we are ready.
Release Nnamdi Kanu. Stop politics. This guy didn't do anything. Today is 27 February 2024. Release him. Let him go and stay with his family. This guy just fights for his people in the southeast. Like me, I'm fighting for my people in Yoruba land. Release him. Let him go. Stop politics game. Release Kanu. Let him go home. Please release him.
Yeah, that's an applause for Sunday Igboho, and including Shore has been standing toe to toe with our leader. And the freedom, any place you see justice, because in the times of oppression, those that keep silent are the real enemy. So thanks for our special counsel and lead counsel as it stands today, as Barrister Aloy Jumako. And I think you're doing your job. And the question was very clear when the journalist asked him, why is the sudden change of the council? And I mean, just like Nigerian government have changed 3 sons. Can you listen to that? So people are still banting words, don't understand the fundamental of being an employee. You can be sacked. All these people ranting, they work in a sector as if you are owning it. Ejiofor and Ozekome was paid for their service, but their service was a sabotage. This difference between the man that refused to shook Mazen Nnamdi Kanu's hand is he understand the code of conduct of his profession. Not to dilly-dallying with opposition. Not Ezekome that we are collecting award from Buhari while he's defending Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. It's absurdity. And the so-called Ejiofor was gallivanting around collecting award from when he claiming that he was defending Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. This is unprofessional on the highest level. Playing politics with the life of our people, and it's been exposed, and that's end of discussion. I just want to play a short video of where he was ranting that he's the most trusted. And personally, me, myself, the day I written Ejiofor off was the day I had this word from him.
Power Media International.
For you, do you have anything to advise those who are fighting the DOS and the leadership of IPOB?
Well, if you are following my updates, I've severally admonished in line with instruction from my client. And what I can tell you is that I understand that many people don't understand that any message coming out from me is coming out from Nnamdi Kanu. I must say it today. If I write any word, I'm saying this because I know that tomorrow somebody will record what I'm saying now and keep it for him to see. Any message coming out from him, from me, from this mouth, writing update, is coming out from him. Don't add, don't subtract. I don't even subtract. So I encourage people to pay attention to my updates. I'm Nnamdi Kanu most trusted. Go and write it down. I am his most.
That is a red flag there. And that is end of him. The day he made this comment, I knew that this man, Americans will say a rat. This man was a rat. The day, because he himself believed that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu would never come out. Because if he left to them, they would play this game for another 10 years. The fact there is that he was saying this in with every sanctity, even bragging that somebody record it and keep it for Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. What does that tell you? Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is not your friend. If you sympathize to what we are doing, number one is that you are employee to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. You representing Onyendu based on the ethics of your work as a lawyer attorney, whatever you choose to be ascribed to. But for you to come out and be making unguarded statements, that is the unprofessionality of the highest order. He had, when they asked a Jimako question about the legal thing has been resolved, how he answered it with a very concisive manner as a professional. The man they were pointing finger on call that refused to, not that he refused, the man bowed with his two hands to Onyendu. He never refused to say hi to our leader. But the man was conscious of what at stake. Some of you are daft that you don't reason. Now, I want to remind Biafrans very few things tonight because this program touched some of the things that happened. This program was scheduled last week, but for some technical difficulties, I couldn't come on air. And that was what happened. But this program must go on. And thank God that the court section has gone and we are waiting for the 19th and 20th of March. Normally, they give us 3 months, 4 months. Every time we went to court, we can see the difference. And, you know, Chukwukabiam is at work. Mandela spent 27 years in prison. There are some people that couldn't hold on, you know, so it is what struggle is all about. So it's not all of us. Onyendu knew that so many of us are going to fail at the west side, but when you are tired, please just walk away one side and stop. Those that are yapping, talking nonsense, they are withdrawing Nnamdi Kanu's case from Nigeria court. I ask you again, for 32 months, what direction have you go to release Mazen Nnamdi Kanu locally and internationally? The case in United Kingdom here, they don't know what was going on. The 12,000 who contributed here about so-called lobby fundraising. Where is the money? The lady that spearheaded it, that money they squandered the money because the lady said it's going to litigate them. I have the right help. Like I say, UK, I have all the information. She said, I'm going to litigate them. But today, they have ridiculed her because she was one ranting, you know, cussing Kanu Takano. That is why you don't just dabble into issue. You don't understand. All of us are under oath. These people are looking for whom to use. When they could not use you, they will come against you. But very few of us can stand the heat. That's the fact of life. Now, I want to remind them one of the things they have done. Thank God for Alex Oti, the new governor of our Abia State. He's doing wonderfully well. Abba has been living in the dark ages for decades. I remember when I was in China in 1997. I visited China in 1997. Some of you don't know that. Some of us have seen the world. The first time I set my foot on Beijing and Urumqi was 1997. Then China never opened its door then. Our people was not going to China. We were going to BKK then and Hong Kong to do our purchasing, like Texas and whatnot then back in the days. Now, the reason why I'm saying this tonight is that a lot of people might not understand, right? But Abba is supposed to be the China of Africa because they produce everything. But this is one of the things Obasanjo did. Michael, all the things he did, they stifle it. They shut all the whole industry in out. That's what our leader was campaigning for. That was what 1963 Constitution was all about. Every region grow in their own pace. That's nothing else we are looking for. You know, referendum will decide, people will make the decision. So what happened in Aba, we will never forget. Akwarawa Mende and his men, that China Sanwo-Olu and Chike Doziem, they went to Italians. The money they sold the Fendi. They are mocking our leader because they have done a lot of, you know, a lot of detrimental stuff to our leader. They went and collected money from our family in Italy to go and sell fake Fendi in Aba and asked our men to march in the street of Aba and set them up with the Nigerian murderous military, and they murdered over 50 to 60 men, and host of them was missing. The handwork. When I talked about it, they couldn't say anything. They take responsibility, but till tomorrow, they say they are going to revenge. Till tomorrow morning. Akwarawa men, they know too much about China Sanwo-Olu because they think they're going to get away with all this, since it's not going to happen. We have all these documents. I want to play you Aba Massacre tonight before I go into the audios I want to play tonight.
Power Media International.
This is ASN Abia Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on a peaceful protest.
Do you know the most ironic thing? This young lady is seen here, this Cindy Peters. This girl is in United Kingdom now. She lives in Nottingham. After this girl successfully aided our men to be murdered in cold blood, they compensated her by sending her to United Kingdom. This is how evil these men are. After they murdered more than 50 men, and host of them was missing, till tomorrow morning, they have not given account of this and think they were going to forget about this. It's not going to happen. Not while we are alive. But let it be known. I want to remind them tonight.
Protesting for the release of their leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and asking the Nigerian government to obey their court order and release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is Eastern Security Network Abia State Command in collaboration with IPOB under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu on a peaceful protest seeking for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, asking Nigeria government to obey their court order by releasing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu with immediate effect. We ask for nothing than release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
I think you see how many men that were marching. You know what they did? When they were marching, I think they were marching to Sisioma or whatever they call it, and they have a military barrack. These people ambushed this man. You see how many they are? They are not armed. They're carrying placard and flags. But they led them to they ambushed them. After our men, they make sure the sniper took him down first. This is what they did. And they think we've forgotten about it. Woe betide all of you. You guys don't even know what you guys are in for.
They are shooting at us. That's all. We are on peaceful protest and they are shooting at us. The government is shooting at us. We are on peaceful protest and the government is shooting at us. They are shooting at us. Tourist targets everywhere. We are on peaceful protest. We are on peaceful protest and they are shooting at us. You can hear
They are in peaceful protest, but this girl was one that announced this thing on social media that Abia Command is protesting. She was the one that told them. And when they were marching, he's still shouting like a mad dog. She's in here, United Kingdom now. Courtesy of him killing his own people. I want it to be on record.
Shooting peaceful IPOB members are protesting for the death of their leader. Shooting and killing IPOB members.
I just want to show a couple of videos.
Our Media International.
You know, I want to remind Biafrans, when I say who sold Mazi Nnamdi, some of you don't understand. Do you remember when Onyendu said that every activity of ESN is not allowed to show on social media? There is no arm of ESN they have not shown. Remember when they said they trained people, they were going to be arresting people? Kina Sanwo-Olu and Chike Doziem have committed genocide in Biafra land by disobeying Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, and they're going to quote Mazen Nnamdi Kanu that whatever the US stand. But over 1 million lives and livelihood are lost in Biafra land is courtesy of Chike Doziem, ill practices and his duplicity against Mazen Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB at large. But over time, this thing they are doing is to convince some of you moron out there still contributing your money. Now, they were saying there was no accountability because when they want to collect money from Madam Nenianya, they cannot give clear account what they are doing with the money. All the money they have embezzled, have they told you what they did with the money? Because they thought Mazen Nnamdi Kanu will know there's no lawyer or barrister that is going to represent Mazen Nnamdi Kanu after they have stifled and stole. Chikedozium have gone around the world, messed everything about IPOB finance around the world. But he said when Onyendu instructed them to allow Simon to get slaughtered, that Chukwudi Ofoma was still sleeping in Australia, but he never gave order about Radio Biafra. Because he know that Radio Biafra have a director. But he jumped on finance that he know Madam Nenianya was there before even the moron came. But he jumped on it because they have planned. The finance was. Then the only way he accepted that he has no power to do all this. That's what I'm saying. The things they did in some countries won't happen in the United Kingdom. He does not have the power. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is reachable. That is the word of Chike Doziem, is not my words. Onyendu is reachable. So if Onyendu is reachable, why are you taking laws into your hands? And there's a clear communique from our official attorney with his letterheading, directing you what to do. In absence of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, he will use the word absence that he's in DSS dungeon, but you know where Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is. Now, Onyendu is reachable, which you said in one of when the Umada Highway pinned you down, he accepted that. And he said that we must always push that Onyendu is in charge. That is your word, Chike Doziem, not my words. Like I said, some of you think you can get away with what you've done. But woe betide all of you. We kept record of every ill things you guys have done. Mark my word somewhere. You guys don't know what you guys have into me. Right? Now, why I'm talking about this, look at these morons here claiming they are ESN. All these things they are doing to convince some idiots that they still have ESN doing what? Over time, you see them buy a cow and go into the bush and shoot it. They're shooting cow. They're not shooting Fulani herdsmen. You won't see one Fulani herdsman heading those cows. Only thing you see, they're pushing cow, IPO, ESN, any branch. This they're talking rubbish in the bush. Onyendu banned all these things. They're standing order. Anybody doing that is not an ESN. Doesn't represent IPOB, neither ESN. ESN was formed as a vigilante supposed to guide our forests and bushes, not to be in township. We only said it. China Sanwo have murdered a lot of people. This is what has been training this killer squad to be politicians. Is involved in assassinating people. That's what they do. But like I said, both sides of the eye. But now you can see the hostility in the both sides. Those came out and said that they meet with legal team. When they push back, they couldn't say anything because they know it's it's not, the game have changed. It's not the usual, metaphor they normally imply. Because when you're lying, your lie have a expiring date. The lies the people you're lying to is entirely up to them to believe. I'm not preaching to people to regain their common sense. But you that are perpetrating those crimes and fabricate those lies, you're going to get weird. It's just a matter of time. And you can see both sides of the eye, they don't know where to go. Especially after 26th of February 2024. The whole scenario have now changed. Those telling you that they're in charge and their leadership, now is the time to ask them questions. Those say that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu loyalists and whatnot, this is time to ask them questions. Because all of them campaign against to make sure that IPOB finance was destroyed. I will never forgive any of this individual because they have murder sleep. But anybody that is with their seven senses must condemn this particular ill practices. Very, very important. This is not ESN, but this is why I'm showing it. This is a shenanigan. Watch it.
Move, move. Move, stop. Move. Move.
So what does this imply? That's question you ask yourself. What is that trying to say to people? And this is the ones Hope Uzodinma brought, because people don't know that Chike Doziem and China Sanwo-Olu and Hope and Governor of Imo State, which is Hope Uzodinma, are working together. They are working together. We know that. It's not something hidden. China Sanwo-Olu, you can hide it. You see, life is about whatever a man sows is what you reap. You cannot plant mango and plot cassava. It's impossible. And those that live by the gun must surely die by the gun. Today I saw somebody tweeting something, threatening our lead counsel, Pastor Alej Mako, that many have gone. You have threatened him. We have the audio where you are threatening him, but forgetting that, there's people that have tough skin. Most especially those that believe in one thing and their profession, they don't toy with it. You are hiding. All the lies he told about Mazen Nanekano, my challenge to you tonight, China Sanwo-Olu, before I start playing your voice. We saw some of your picture, but you're not healthy. I want to see you turn on camera and walk around, let people see you as a human being. Mazen Nanekano have spent 32 months in solitary confinement, but at least you can attest that Mazen Nanekano, regardless the illness he's facing, is more headier than all of you put together. All of you, by none. I can tell you that for free. Now, I want to play some of his voices. The last so-called charade he went to do in so-called Radio Biafra, because now people are start asking fundamental questions. You're in charge. You are leadership. I ask again, who made you leadership? Who voted you in? You say you made Mazen Nanekano. Did Mazen Nanekano ask you to make him? No. Mazen Nanekano is the leader of the supreme leader. Supreme leader was Uchemofo that crowned our leader. He owned it. None of you can, let me use this word. None of you can last 13 days in DSS dungeon without flipping. If any of you is in Mazen Nanekano position, all of you could have sold out. Very, very simple. Very, very simple. If Onyendu want to sold out, it's not today. He should have done it. He shouldn't allow his two parents to go down the 6 feet deep because of this course. Let's listen to his word. I was gonna do some analysis as much as I can do before I close this program. The same man told us Mazen Nanekano was sold 9 million. The same man claiming that Canon Takano told them that Onyendu went to mountain. Now, you claim that your leadership and your leader travel. Hypothetically, that is where people start having cold feet on where you guys are. You claim that Onyendu travel, you didn't know. But you still with your mouth say that you and Onyendu was on phone. And you knew where Onyendu was. The Onyendu was in Kenya. That day, Onyendu, I have the audio. I'm not going to play it tonight because I just want to, this program, this is episode 006. It's continued. I play some of your old voices last on episode 005. But because of this cut section, and I have to say some things, I want to play your present voices before I will backtrack again. So my question to you, if Canon Takano said that Onyendu was in the mountain praying, let's say that's what, but they can't prove that Mazen Nanekano said it. But now you have come and tell us it's on audio in so-called Radio Biafra that this day Onyendu was kidnapped, that both of you were talking on the phone. You see that radio, even though you guys have discredited it, but that radio, you have given us enough evidence of what happened to Onyendu. 9 million. How do we know Onyendu was saying 9 million? We don't know. You told us. You told us and told us how it was bagging. Tell us, and when you are saying all these things, people were not asking you, okay, don't be angry, Sal. How did you now know? You're telling people we are giving information. Who are these people giving this information, the vital information? And you knew all these things. What did you do? You knew even when they were bargaining how much they paid and they couldn't pay. But you are calling Canon Takano said that Onyendu was in the mountain praying. But you were involved in the bargaining of how much Onyendu was sold for. This is why you know that our people need help. Mentally, our people are brain damaged and brain bankrupt. Brain bankruptcy, our people are, I don't know the word to qualify them. This is your words, not my words. And it's on tape. Let's listen. Because like you said one day, nobody listens to what you're saying. We only take what we want to take and make sense and keep it as an evidence for your information. So continue ranting. We oblige you. It's not a problem.
Alpha Power Media International.
Biafra is a pursuit. It is something very interesting for us. And we are following it with all we can, with our money, with our heart, and with every devotion. There, we preach.
He said, with our money, with every devotion. Ask him, how much Kuwait have contributed in this IPOB that we are in today? I remember there was one magazine that time. I didn't know that it was this idiot was printing this magazine, and we are paying we're buying £10 and sending this money to Kuwait. I can't forget it in 2015-16. Ask him. He confessed that Onyendu suspended him because his position in IPOB is Middle East rep. The money, they wouldn't send money, but people go to Dubai to buy goods. I started going to Dubai, traveling to Dubai in, I think, 2003, if I'm not mistaken. That's why I started traveling to Dubai. Now, so people that travel to Dubai, how do they get their money there? But they wouldn't send their own money, where they gather money. That was one of the things to show that this guy was a criminal from day one. Onyendu suspended him. He confessed that Onyendu suspended through Chikedozium. That was one of the grudges he held against it. All of them, they ganged up, including Clifford Uruanya, Omi. All these renegades, they are all renegades. He said they are fighting for Biafra with his money, with his power. Ask him which power and money. And you are invisible. Nobody knows who you are. Except the picture that IPOB intelligence sourced out. And your sister, your miserable old witch sister, lives in Italy. Thank God that she called herself witch, not me, with her own mouth. It's on audio. Like we said, we don't say things people don't say because we have to fact check. It doesn't matter when you report it because it's your word, not mine, and I can prove it. So let's continue.
We spread the gospel of what we are pursuing. On this radio, Biafra is where we preach.
You see, when a man wish to be like you, they will do everything. Now he's polarizing Mazem Nandekano. Imagine a riffraff. Imagine a riffraff polarizing our leader. So look at how he's sounding like an ant in a hole. In Radio Biafra, your worship. Amadio will strike your generation, you miserable monk.
To our people, this is where we disseminate our information. This is where we spread the gospel for the restoration of Biafra. That is exactly what we mean when we say Biafra is our religion. And on Radio Biafra is where we worship. It is the stand. But after 10 years, 11 years in this struggle, our people still did not understand what we mean by Biafra is our religion, and on Radio Biafra is where we worship. This is just my introductory message today. And even some people, it is very difficult to mention their name today.
It is quite bizarre that this guy wouldn't have enough of our leader. The envy and jealousy. I said, you have part, you witch, you born again. There's no comparisons between you and Maz and Namdekan. Meme posted the picture of him, Canon Takano and Onyendu, in the 90s in London here. Listen, all fingers are not equal. Cut your coat according to your size. We are not equal. But when you don't want to accept who you are, it becomes inevitable. Everything you do, you wish like you are a Mazen Nandekano. You cannot be. You are not even, you're not worthy to clean Mazen Nandekano's shoe. I have to be honest with you. I want to follow this audio tonight a bit where I can, because I think it's about 20 minutes or so. But if I can, I will. I don't mind. You know, I don't want to do this audio again. As we are waiting for you to rant, like I said, no one listen to what you're saying. But we will do something with them.
Done this thing for 2 years, and today, Butuzo is in negotiation with the Imo State government. Today, Temple, who is Butuzo?
You know, the funny thing is about when someone is narrating what people are doing, first thing 4 months, you ask that person question. I was the first person that told you that whenever this guy says something, that's exactly what he's doing. Is either he's doing that thing or something he's planning to do. But he has to first of all inject it into some moron mind, thinking that you are with him. Negotiation with Imo State government is what he has been doing, because they're working with Hope Uzodinma. I want to be clear, and there's evidence to that. I want you to continue. The people he mentioned in their name is people, they are rivalries because they are doing the same. They are in banditry. The people he's mentioning his name, he has his own dead man squad as well. So these are the two gang of criminals that have murdered our people in this. All the criminal going on in Southeast. You remember the guy that called his name, Kina Samoru, and the one they call Okay Foreign, they are the ones sponsoring them. We have the audio, it's not me. And they never came out to refute, say the guy was lying. They never came out to say, no, the guy was lying. No, that audio still, I have the audio. The man said it there when they were called. The press was asking, he said, the old man, you know, is China Samoru and Okay Foreign. But they have not come out to say that, oh, what that man was saying was lie. They didn't refute it. So if you don't refute it, that means what they say was true. It's very important. So these people you mentioned their name is their fellow gang rivalry on their criminality they are doing, because what they are doing, they're looking for the stronger criminal that the so-called politician will hire to be their thuggery. That's what it's all about. Take it to bank.
I am making it open on the radio Biafra that after killing our people, that Hope Uzodinma and the Nigerian government, because that is where everything surrounds. Today, Hope Uzodinma sent, I'm not talking that it happened today. I mean, this is not today, it's not happening today. It's happening a few days ago, that Hope Uzodinma now sent her deputy, Mrs. Ihoma. I'm sure I'm getting her name correctly, the deputy governor of Imo State. You understanding me? She's a woman. Let me give you people their name, because if we are talking, we know what.
You know, I'm gonna be interjecting because I have time to do this now in a very quiet manner. Now, I remember some of you remember when when Soludo said that he was emphatically working with IPOB. Then they were clapping hands until Soludo now understand that he was dealing with riffraffs and criminals. And so when Soludo proposed that Mazen Nandekano must be released, even asking the dead Buhari regime to release Mazen Nandekano to be in Anambra State House, that he would want will be foreseeing him, whatever they want him, that you present him. That one is beyond what Abadebe did. This is a state immunity, and he has it. These people flip, including Ejiofor, all of them start attacking him. There's something they're doing to Hope Uzodinma. Why he's saying this in Biafra, when he said this, Hope Uzodinma will call them from back again and say, please stop talking. Because they are using the both people for your information. You need to get the game. And now their game is up. Because now Hope Uzodinma know they don't have access to Mazen Nandekano. So which leg are you standing with? Mazen Nandekano is the golden egg. So when you don't have Mazen Nandekano, what are you going to present to anybody? They saw a white man on court, all of them, their balls is under their back. Bruce Fem was there. Bruce Fem spoke. The same guy attacked Bruce Fem. Came to the debate that anytime Bruce Fem came to Nigeria, they're spending $50,000. Not that he is the one spending it. The people that are sending him never complain. It is you. Onyendu told you that Bruce Fem is an international representative. They don't respect what Onyendu wants. But still today, Bruce Fem is still he's still representing Mazen Nandekano. The other day, this video I played about what is this organization again? I forget their names, but I'm going to play that audio in the next broadcast I'm going to do. I think I'm ambassador for freedom of something. I've forgotten about their names, but they were soliciting for union this list, and they have a session. They have like a seminar, which people presented there. Some lawyers and Bruce Fem was there as well, and they spoke. Bruce Fem was in Abuja on the 26th, defending Mazen Nandekano. But the same person that was accusing Bruce Fem is nowhere to be found. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Let's continue listening to him. But like I said, the cry is crying here is when the money is not coming to them. Where is them today? With when he said, you remember when he come and start shouting about Anambra State, calling many, mentioning them and this, that. This is a clown hiding. It's not like he's saying this and be on camera like I am, but he's not. He's hiding in Ghana and doing all this nonsense.
We are taking to tell people we know what we are talking about. Today, as we are talking, they send in Huama. Her name is Mrs. Chinyere Inhuama Ekemaru.
Mentioning people's name anyhow. The same way he came here and mentioned the name of the INEC people, threatening them. All these things, when they do it, they call them and give them money from the back. Remember to the Imo State election, he came with holes of name. How about this information? Ask yourself, why are you mentioning people's name? This is number one, is a data breach, because what you're doing is like, because this guy I don't know where this guy come from, to be honest with you. Calling random names and mentioning prompt names of people that have got nothing to do with you, because what you're saying, you cannot prove it. Because you're part of that. You're playing propaganda, mentioning people's name to scare them away. Hope Uzodinma will call you from the back to give you money to think you guys are still in charge. But let's listen. It's important that people listen, not me.
Ekomaro, she went and have a roundtable discussion with Temple and a group of the criminals that have destroyed Osi.
So, how did you know about this particular meeting? How did you know? If you are not part of them. Very, very important. This is not about informant. This is because you are part of them. You know, someone you own a hotel in nowhere. And a Ebonyi State. Where did you get the money from? You look abroad, you want to travel, is Kuwait. You're a professor. What are you teaching? If let's say they say you're a professor, according to your sister claiming that you're a doctor without no degree, so the only abroad you will go is Kuwait. As the oil is running away, but where you come from, there's oil there. Imo State oil is everywhere in our land, so it's not something that you could tell me you went to live in desert because they have oil. But let's continue listening. Because you couldn't make your way. Your sister went to Italy. You know where she wants to go and do there. As we are following the Italian program, you see how she accepted she's a prostitute. It's not me. That is what she said. Like I said, we have evidence of what we said to back it up.
In the Catholic Church in Osun, to show you that the ESN, the EIPOB intelligence was there. The first thing the woman told her, is this the small boy that is causing all this problem here?
Rubbish.
People who know there, even herself, supposed to know. And what is the thing they demand? Look at a criminal. They are going to another level. And I will want everybody to open his ear, because I'm going to connect how all these things are circling. How they are circling criminals, using them to commit different kind of things in our land.
Yeah, but the crime in our land, the China Sanwo, if you're a human being, you the one that commanded the crime. You said, I have the audio. Mazen Nandekano never asked you to call the sit at home. Onyendu canceled that sit at home 72 hours before you came to, because Chike Doziem was meant, he's the one calling sit at home, not you. But because You now call yourself the Acapone. You damn as in Nandekano and flouted his order. And now you're talking about people destroyed. Nobody's destroying Biafra land. Everything that's happened today, you are responsible with Chike Doziem. That's why I don't talk about people that, hey, it doesn't matter what anybody do in Biafra land. The originator of what is happening today in Biafra land is you and your boss. And you guys are going to answer to it. Continue talking.
Election has finished. Go Pusadema have won. Now he's going to another level. The
election that you all of you aided him to win because all of you was paid. Of course. Because when you were shouting about who is going to lead the election, what were you talking about? What was your interest? Mentioning INEC's name. What is your interest there? What is your interest? Very, very important. People ask questions. You guys have politicized what we are doing. Sit at home that we started from 2016. It was successful like ever before. Mahatma Gandhi them used it in their own days for very important, obvious reasons. Not to abuse it like people that are gallivanting around, people jump in a bandwagon that understand the fundamental of freedom fighting. Sorry. But let's continue.
Criminal group for the persecution of Mazen Nandekano in the court. I'm telling you people what is about to happen. Now Butuzo, which they call Temple, went on a negotiation. He told the woman, don't come with the military. If you come, then the woman come alone with other team. They met in the Catholic Church in Olo. Did anybody talk about it? Did anybody say that? And do you know the two?
Did anybody talk about it? How will people talk about it when they don't know about it? You telling us. You know, that's one thing. At our time, I played a video of a man that was now charged with the murder of Tupac. And even related to Biggie as well. You know, Big Small. Now, it was what this guy said in a podcast. He didn't know that FBI started trailing him 4 years later. He was arrested because when this thing happened, there was a mean that was given to him not to say anything. The question you'll be asking this guy is this. He said, nobody says anything. I don't understand the word this guy live on and what is on, what is taking. Just like when he told us about 9 million, we didn't know. You told us about the negotiation. So if tomorrow they call you on a stand, ask you to give us evidence of what you have just said, because you can't say something you can prove. You don't understand whatever you said on social media is an evidence against you. A lot of you guys don't understand the power of social media. If acting on radio, talking nonsense, jargon, people nobody talks about because nobody knows. It's a secret. And you're the one with, and every secret you cannot prove is false. And you are liable. The consequences behind that particular lies you have told against somebody. Very, very important. Now we have this understanding here. Like I said, it is not a business as usual. A lot of people have gone to prison from social media, what they uttered in social media. I want you guys to be aware of this. Very, very important.
Demand Butuzo make in front of the woman. They ask her, okay, it's time for everybody to drop his arms. He said, before I drop my arms, because they are holding his the beginning. There are people who left this struggle. They were wrongly blackmailed. That's why I'm calling this evening. They must rethink.
There were people that were wrongly blackmailed. And who are those that blackmailed them? You know, my problem is that when someone presumably, act like a presenter on a host or anchor on any program, no matter the degree of what you're doing, when somebody is talking, when you're holding the microphone like I am right now, in my studio, and I want to interview you, even the Italian family on the wrong side, I still put them under questioning with audio, because now the audio is what I'm dealing with, and I'll come back and ask them questions. But this guy will sit down and be talking nonsense, confessing the sin he have committed against people. Now, people were wrongly. Who are those we are wrongly? Now, let me tell something to you. Maybe he was talking people like Umiu and Clifford them, indirectly calling them let's unify and fight Mazen Nandekano, or the president blackmail people because they went on rampage. If he cannot be, if Chikedozium jumped up to be a head of finance and we said no to it, and I still stand on that till tomorrow morning, it's not going to happen. People like us, we didn't join IPOB because somebody told me good things about Mazen, convinced me that Mazen Nankan is a messiah. No. It's my personal resented. I didn't think about it. I had the voice. That was it. There was no second thought the day I had Mazen Nankano's voice. It's like a magnet. There was no second thought. All I had was goosebumps, and that was it. Until today, my philosophy towards Mazen Nankan never change. It gets stronger as they go by because of what he believes and what he stand upon. I have to make this clear. So I just want this audio to play. Probably I'm not going to play all of them because of time, but I just want to have fun, you know. So it's what it is. Let's listen to it.
Must all come back to this struggle. There were coordinators. There were people that have supported this struggle. They pay with their lives. There is somebody in America, I know he's getting old now. This man supported this struggle. He risked his companies, he risked buildings, he risked many things he has to support this struggle. Maybe one thing or the other, misunderstanding is blackmailed. We know them.
So
it is time we have to.
When people talk, they talk on radios. Be specific on your blackmailing and people, because this is like a innuendo. That's what I said. This guy they called Jonathan, if he had this guy shouting like a baboon, they think that he's have something upstairs. He think that this guy is being is it how what's the word again? There's a word I'm looking for. Hypnotize or something. He can't ask this guy a question. Why is somebody sitting and you're talking? You come for interactive, say interactive section. Interactive section means you converse with the person. You ask question, the person responds. Then if the person says something contrary, then you're not trying to clarify that, because when you say people were blackmailed, who are the people and who blackmailed them? I don't understand. But this guy will come and spend 3 hours ranting like a mad, insane dog, confessing over time. That's why we have to pick 1 or 2 words, because he's making an open confession. Very, very important. People must understand this. He don't know when all these things. When you were ranting before, he didn't know. They didn't know that a day like this will come. But we keep all these words for you. Mazen Nankan, all of you think he's dead. We see Mazen Nankan. Thank God that your wishes has not been granted. And as we go forward, things are only going to get better. Trust me. It's going to get blossom. That must be, you know, there's no smooth road to any success in this life. Mandela spent 27 good years in prison and emerged as the president of South Africa. And today he became a role model and what matters in this world is what happens after you have gone. It is not about how we are living, because we're going to die one day. I might sleep tonight, I didn't wake up tomorrow. I don't care less. My joy is that I'm fighting on what I believe upon. That's the only decision I've made. And that's why I don't joke with it. You know? So, I mean, let's continue.
Reconcile, because they were having their impact I support this struggle. If Biafra comes tomorrow, it is for every one of us.
They are begging money. That's why.
Let me tell you something. I do not believe if you don't support this struggle, if Biafra come, kill him. No, I don't believe. I don't believe that. If you don't support, if there are things you need to pay, if there are fines and things, there are things people who don't support have to do, you do. But you will see things by yourself and you will regret you are not part of the people who fought for the freedom. I am not a party. Even if you don't support us, Biafra comes. Are we going to kill you? We are not going to kill you. But your conscience will judge you. You will regret within yourself why you did not participate in this, in the restoration of Biafra. With what I know today, our people supported this struggle. And I will not be here. People will make us to become enemy of our people. And I want to say this also to our media personnel. When you are going after anybody, a politician, a governor, when you want to criticize him, they have manifestos.
You know, it's important that sometimes we listen to this. It is obvious that our people have lost their dignity, to be honest with you, because I don't see any rightful human being with the common. I mean, I'm not saying you have to be a professor, a lawyer, or the educated to understand as something that's rudimentary. Common sense. Common sense is quite very, very important that people apply it. Everything this guy is saying is something they're actually doing right now. Now he's telling them how to address politicians. It's like when you beat a child. Have you, one time they interviewed Onyendu and asked him about why is IPOB members aggressive? Onyendu simply told them that everybody, an IPOB member, picked it up from him. Our leader, when it comes to Biafra, is not a gentleman. For those who knows him, Onyendu is a very quiet, humble man. But when it comes to that radio or issue of Biafra, he's become a wild king. That's king. That's not king law. That kingship will arise on him. So I don't know where this guy is driving at and what he's saying. To be honest with you, let's go.
That they read for you. They have manifestos. They read the manifestos for you. That they will do this, they will do that. Pick up their manifestos. Put your pressure on them. Do not go personal. Don't take the attack, because what you are doing is to bring betterment for Biafra.
Now, he's telling his media worm not to attack politicians in their personal, but they send their media worm to attack Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's family. Listen to this. Kina Sanwo-Olu is telling his media worm not to attack politicians because the politicians is one that are giving them money. Preferably, maybe it's indirectly telling them don't attack Hope Uzodimma because they're falling out with governor of Enugu State now. That one, those ones didn't allow them to come in. Hope Dave Umahi is out, but he's telling them not to attack politicians. But he never told them not to attack Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's family, even including his dead parents. I want you to go back home and think, or in your house watching me, or you have to watch me later, and listen to this murderer, Kina Sanwo-Olu, and what is coming out of his mouth. Like I said, a lot of people, I remember when they were talking about social media. I think I was in America, I think it's 2006, before smartphone. Then I used to have like window phones, Microsoft, but they were very complicated to use. If you're not that smart, you won't be able to use them. before the smartphone hit this, the wave first time. And social media, when we are using like Skype and what, there was a couple stuff we are using back then, and messengers, and what is it then? It was pinging, what was that? BlackBerry back in the days, So BlackBerry was them. That was what social media started pumping up. So, people don't understand the power beneath this social media that we're in. Because what I'm doing now, you couldn't have done it 10 years to 15 years ago. Broadcast from your own comfort zone. No, you wouldn't do it. CNN, to hell with them. What they can do, what they can do that they pay millions, I can sit down in my own comfort zone and do it. You just all you need is correspondent, that's all. And we're proving it on Abuja the other day. You have a correspondent that they can do whatever they do. You got editors and all that, it's not a big deal. If you want to go more professional, it's just to, add a spice to it and everything will work out. Now, what I'm saying is that this guy is giving up a lot of information that's going to nail him in a coffin. I'm telling you the truth. Mark my words somewhere. They have made a lot of blunder. They have. As they went around the world writing documents that the Onyendu gave them mandate, Onyendu never gave them any mandate. That is a falsified. That is a fraud. And Chika Paul Edoziem, the chronicle of a saboteur, the vegetable himself knew this fact. That is why he's behind the scene. They projected the nitwit Austin Alban and the bloated monk that lives in, idiot that I call, that lives in so-called Isaiah Balloon. These are morons. You are a deputy European rep, and European crumbled in your face. The first time they brought that animal in the meeting, when he spoke, in my mind, I said, who is this? Who is this moronic? Because when as abundant as a man speaketh, then you see their heart. But like I said, continue.
The governor is there. Our people are killed. Call the governor out. That you are here, you are not protecting our people, and people killed under your watch. But I don't want you to exceed from what that particular thing, and tell him your mama a naked woman, your papa, now you they sleep with this person. Please, we have crossed that stage.
Okay, he's saying all these things, but they narrated how that the adultery they committed in Okukano family is why the Operation Python dance came. All these things came out of people's mouth. These people they sent to attack Onyendu's family and attack his dead parents. The young man that spearheaded this particular thing today, his mother died. He couldn't announce it. His fellow so-called media worm break the news. Like I said, I want you guys to know one thing. Yeah. Let me explain to you the world we live in. You guys are not that intelligent. But every single comment any one of you have made that is ill is in our archive. I'm going to do a program on the damage control of the media worm. I'm going to play all your voices to remind you, even those today that are running away from their shadow. I will remind you. I want just you guys to understand the level we are in. So you must understand that this is not a joke. IPOB, you guys are claiming your media worm. All of you are a bunch of morons. Because there's nothing like IPOB, media warrior, whatnot. We have media in IPOB. But every single IPOB member that acquires a smartphone is a media warrior. Truthfully, not to blackmail anybody. But when you turn your gun against your own, you're digging your own grave. His mother passed away. He couldn't announce it. Even when he has his waykeeping, there's no sign of IPOB, then you know you belong to a club. But you have the temerity to sit down on your own comfort zone and mock the death and think that the providence will not take its course. I told you guys that on the day you guys sowed the seed of decoy, your generation will die miserably on top of the cost you have incurred upon the decision you have taken. Some of you join IPOB, think you can dodge oath. That's something Madam Nenya said, that as long as you are sympathetic to IPOB, that automatically you are now inherited. You become an IPOB oath member by extension. And it's not going to go away. I will continue.
It is not accepted. It is unprofessional from any media person. If you want to criticize somebody, because we are in a struggle, you cannot blackmail people to the point that people will be bitter in their heart. That they see you for no reason, they kill you, but you forgot you have blackmailed them. We want to prevent this thing.
You know, this word is that's why I said this guy sometimes he talk about himself, but he don't even know, because you see that radio they are messing around with, that radio is not ordinary. Onyendi said that everything he said, he stand and said, and that particular platform must surely come to pass. And they desecrated it, and there they will confess every crime they have committed, and it has happened. There's no Onyendi doesn't need them to explain to him what they have done. The evidence is overwhelming. And it's not like somebody pushed them to say, they are saying it with their own mouth, not me. It is quite ridiculous that the way, when he sat on that microphone, he don't even know when he said things. It was there that he told us that Onyendi was sending message, and everybody was reluctant to call the sit at home off. That have claimed over 1 million life and livelihood in Biafra land, and now Biafra land have become desolate. Give the zoo the temerity to now to bring their military, killer machine in our land. They said it, not me. Like I said, you guys don't know what you guys have got yourselves into.
Because a bigger enemy is in front of us that is coming. We don't want people to, because they were blackmailed, they will not be part of the struggle to liberate our land when they know they can be able to contribute in what we are doing. That is my stand. And that is the stand of this leadership. It is not about money.
Leadership.
We are not talking about.
Now, he said he stand up leader. You know, when they talk about leadership, that exclude Mazem Nandekan. That's what I said. Kabah is not allowed within IPOB. IPOB does not have leadership. You are mentoring. Who make you a leadership? IPOB, there's no balloting in IPOB. IPOB is handpicked based on sometimes, somebody not somebody, because zones, I don't see, that's not somebody, because all of us come together and we propose it. If you have become a coordinator, I can use my own zone to start. Then now, when people start gathering, then you have to propose for deputy, first of all, not deputy important. You're looking for a secretary, financial secretary, looking for PRO. This is how it goes. And all these things, you put it on outside to people to say, okay, we are voluntary to do it. That is how IPOB was built, grassroots movement. Only person that have the power of appointment is our leader. Dismissal, our leader, especially in hierarchies. And even to the lower hierarchy, when something happens that is ill, that message, that's why they have CRC, which they abuse. They have to oversee it. But there's no other leadership. Because the overhauling is disciplined of leadership, which is Mazen Namdekan. So I don't understand which leadership is he talking about? Some of you have not asked question. You following what DOS. Now let's kind of argue. Onyendi told you that any account Madam Nene cannot see that account, it doesn't trust it, is going to. Why don't you put that to us? Do you see where we have problem? You don't, just like people that are preaching Bible, they preach where it's comfortable to them, not to quoting it verbatim and follow it accordingly. That's where we have a problem. That's where the hypocrisy come in. You see what I'm talking about?
contribute in this struggle. If you don't know what you can contribute, come. We will tell you where we want you to play your own role. We want you to play this role for us, but keep your mouth shut. That is it. And I can tell you, my brother, those people, as long as they are people that they did not want our people dead, they are not part of the criminal group, IPOB, we are opening the distance to put them back. It is not those who have followed and killed our people. It is not those who have already voted and they banned the DOS, do their this thing and dislodge the DOS and took over. It is not those people we are talking about. It is not the people who have already come and vote of no confidence online. Because if you come to us, we will verify. Because you have already removed us. But if genuinely, when they try to destroy the struggle, you stage, okay, one side, I don't want to, there is no problem. Come back. The leadership is in control of this struggle. We don't boast. I swear to Chukwu, the crop of men inside this DOS, they are not the boastful type.
He said a crop of men. Did he hear him well? He said a crop of men. Invisible men. The crop of men is the crop of men like you. Are you actually talking about yourself that nobody know who you are? Or are you talking about Chike Doziem? Or are you talking about Oforma? Are you talking about Austin Albani? Are you talking about Nzurumike? Or are you talking about Azayuba? So who are this crop of men are you mentioning? Because that the last time I checked, the only cabal that is actually perpetrating all this crime is this men I've just mentioned their name. Okay, Forum is not a member of DOS has been appointed to have any Benjamin Imadibu. These are people that probably these are emissary to Onyendu. Peradventure they found themselves in the meeting. So mention the name of the crop of people. But you claiming that your leadership, nobody knows you. Nobody can see you. Nobody can reach you. Even the other side, those people that are ranting as well, at least they know who they are talking to. Even though all of them are in the same boat. So what are you talking about? Which crop of men are you talking about? Men like you? Wimp like you? Please.
They are not boastful because we know this is a very difficult assignment. Yes, we didn't know from the beginning, but we have realized and see the reality. We said, no, we have to buckle up. We need to get this job done.
He's soliciting for funds when they destroyed IPOB financial structure. And they think that people will still continue giving them money. They're getting funds from politicians. All this cry you see they are crying is they want to remain relevant. But you know one thing, like I said, truth is the only thing that can stand the test of time. And IPOB wasn't built under any source of lying, because Wazwike fell short. Mazen Nanukani came out and there was a grace upon him that was divine. And men that came out voluntarily. This preaching you're doing now, it don't even cross this radio, because anybody that have come and said that here, your voice alone is disgusting. That's number one. Number two, nobody know who you are. So you're talking about crop of men and people should come and contribute money. The ones you contributed giving to you, what did you do with the money? The one you collected from politicians, what did you do with the money? You live in Kuwait. What is your job in Kuwait? Because show us, at least publish your activities since you're Acapon, the money you contributed in IPOB. You know, let's put it on hatch, show your IPOB monthly due, your receipt in everything you paid in IPOB, show it off. Onyendu mentioned how much, when you guys accused Onyendu of embezzling our defense fund, Onyendu made it publicly. Then Madam Nenia, you guys are calling her name. She was the one that put up the statement of account, which you guys penetrated in Germany. The Italian account, you guys penetrated it today. you guys have seen the statement of account. It wasn't because the money you guys collected in Italy, don't give account of it. The Fendi, the money was from Italy. So I don't know where you guys want to go with this, but it's important. Nobody will listen that want to give you any money because they know you guys are criminal. And the more people you guys murdered in Biafra land is against you guys. Because Onyeni said it, that if you kill your own, Biafra will not come. Well, who warned you guys? But you guys never listen. Wazirike upon all the issue Onyeni how to Wazirike, Onyeni said no, nobody should ever touch Wazirike. And Wazirike later partner realized that he made a mistake because Mazen Nnamdi was pure. He started speaking. He been speaking more. His voice become more stronger than all of you. It's on record. You came out and compared Wazirike with Mazen Nnamdi. It's on record. That despite sentiment that Wazirike was the one that brought Biafra, he said it with your mouth. Like I said, everything you say will remind you. You might think it's a joke. It's not. This night I'm kind of having fun, you know. But like I said, this audio I'm not gonna play it all because this audio is about 20 minutes. So I think let me see, because it's a couple audios. Let me see where this stops, and I'm gonna shut it off because I'm kind of tired. I got a headache. You know.
Chukwu have been very, very faithful. Man, get the people. We need to talk with them, and we need to align with them in what we are doing. There are people who will speak to them and put things in the right position. But we don't want people who will come to joke with us because we don't have that time. Genuinely, we want the people to come in any side they can help, and we can also tell them the side they have to help.
I have callers that are lining up.
This is the voice of the idiot. After he rant, he did not ask a single, no iota of question throw back to throw more light on what you have said. And tomorrow, he lives in abroad. Let me say something to you guys, yeah? I think I'm going to stop it here. I'm not going to go above this because I will continue this on episode 007. I will leave it here. But I want to say something first before I go. You know, very, very important. You see, one thing in life is this. I learned one thing. When I started listening to our leader, my mood, my way of thinking changed. As things I don't see the way I used to see them. Asad Onyendu said that he doesn't feel sorry, doesn't feel empathy for himself. I tell my kids here, I say, listen, you're born in England. And there's no other place in the world you will have the opportunity you have here. Regardless how much you want to blame the system. If the system is that bad, I won't be here. Your great-grandparents won't be here. All these people that are ranting won't be where they are. But they want to blame white man. That's what Onyendu said. Onyendu was a consultant. But Onyendu said some job he went to apply. I say, when people start to say, no, this is not my country. And I see the same, that's how I vision it as well. That's why I'm pushing my kid not to. Don't wait for anybody. You need to take advantage of the system. Because the system provides you everything you need unless you are lazy. Very, very important. I've been all over. You see, when you talk about how the system of the world functions, doesn't matter how you want to falter England. There's very few countries in the world that are structured the way this country is structured. They are the colonial master. They have about 300 soldiers and colonize the whole Africa. So if you're that wise and strong, why didn't you do something about it? And still running the zoo tomorrow morning. You have to give it to them. I don't care what anybody thinks. You might not be comfortable with. That's the fact of life. I don't have issue with any white man. It's not my problem. I said it before. I want to digress tonight to make you understand that. And at the end of the day, people need to realize. And because of Onyendu, when you listen to this guy talk, and you see the guy come on the river shouting about the colonial master, the Christianity, blah, 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 blah. But he could not oppose question to somebody he know that is sitting down telling blunted lie to the public, misinforming the public. He couldn't question him. Then what makes you a journalist? What makes you a presenter? You have no nerve. We, all of us, are here for greener pasture because I can guarantee you, if all of us are fighting to go back home, so we must be quiet. Take it or leave it. You don't drag. You see, I said it over time. If the table turn, we, the way we are, will not give it people water to drink. Can talk about slave trading. Slave trading was the both sides did the slave trading. It's not one-sided. People sold it to them. It was our own people that sold our people. We don't have touched all these things before, and that's why God is angry with us. So I'm not gonna come here and saying that there was slave trading. Come on now. People need to move on, please. But the reason why I'm mentioning this is because of this guy they call Jonathan. Over time, I used to have him talk too much. You see him shouting like a very demented individual. He thought there is something up his skull. But somebody, every time this guy will come around, spend 3 hours, he's talking after. He has a psychophancy on the highest level. You guys are breeding monsters. You know? Anyway, I'm just going to thank all of you for listening to this particular wonderful program this evening. Like I said, this is a special program. As you can see, this is who sold Mazen Nanikano for 9 million. We don't know. He told us, like I said, every information we use in every pivotal program we did, we harness it from them themselves, from their own mouth. And I want so many of you to start thinking inward. There is no prejudice in what we do here. We're here to educate you, to show you the light. And at least every single one of us need to go back and start thinking. All the lies they told you about Onyendu now is here. Everybody now can attest to it. It is not me. It is what they have told us, what they have told you. But now you can see our leader, how healthy our leader, even though he's facing with health issues. Because the Okikeda calling will always incubate him. That's my prayer every single time. Because he who called him will protect him. It is not me and you that called him. And it is not because of a thinking that is supporting him is why he's in the SS dungeon. That means you're living in a Klakuku land. Mark my word somewhere. It is what it is. So I can't thank you guys enough. But Chika Paul Edoziem, I want to remind you again. Remember that you are signatory to IPOB Code of Conduct, which you have traded falsified across the globe to perpetrate your evil and fraud against IPOB. Remember, you will have your own day, one day. Onyendu said the enemy, Onyendu asked us to go and watch enemy at the gate. Some of you don't understand why Onyendu urged us in one of his brokers, say, go and watch the enemy at the gate. One small boy was playing double standard. That is why all these people, every single one of these individuals are double standard. Mazen Nankani told you, there's an array of enemies, say, external and within. But some of you will listen. It came from this ear and it gone from the other one. But we now, everything registered in our head because we know what we are fighting for and why we are here. And you have to meek yourself when you're serving. Meekness is the key. You have to humble yourself as a servant when you're serving your people. And that's one thing you must learn from our leader. It is fine. I thank all of you for listening. May Chukwu continue to guide and give us wisdom and protect all of us that still, even though those that are against us, give them the pathway to them to repent from their evil ways. And most importantly, may the Okikeda call our leader, give him that strength and fortify him the fortitude to persevere, as we all can see that he who called him will always protect him. And I'm going to leave you with this intro before I go. And then one more again.
Nwakụkọ nne n'ụwa ya nwada nwakụkọ nne n'ụwa nwe ngwongwo nsọ Nnamdị na mmeli bụ nke anyị omemma melu gaba n'ilu omenjọ melu n'ụwa gaba n'ilu agbasi ọsọ nne n'ụwa na-aga agụlili maịlụ maka na emesịa nne n'ụwa malụ ndị bụ ndị aka Chukwu nọ dị gị n'alụ Nwachukwu na mmezi mmeli ibu nke anyị Nnamdi Kanu odogwu bili eze ndị Igbo gburugburu Chukwu ka na-ekwu okwu Obinigwe na-ekwu okwu Ogwelibe gbalụ Jehova ya lee Obinigwe na-ekwu okwu ọ ka na-ekwu okwu Obinigwe na-ekwusi okwu ike Nnamdi Kanu ọchịagha ụmụ Igbo odogwu Biafra bili odogwu ndị mozi na-agbala ọkụ Sumudu eziokwu na alili na-egbu ụmụnne m na alili na-abịawa mazụ onye Igbo wee gụsị akwụkwọ nụ na inweta ọlụ na Naịjirịa na ọbụzi ọlụnụ na anya pasi lọ ife ọbụla na ịlụ naanị na Naịjirịa na ọbụzi nsogbu ịlụ na polisi bụ ọlụ inye ndị Igbo ọlụ n'ọkwa nsogbu gwa m ibe a ga-eme n'ụwa ka wee metanụ ndị Naịjirịa mmanụ ife anyị nwe ka a na-akọla anyị na mmanụ anyị ka Naịjirịa ji dị ebube mineral and resources anyị nwere une n'ụwa n'ọya ka Naịjirịa si wee dị ebube ma ndị nwe ife na-aga ụlọ na-emelụ falụ ndị nwe ife na-aga ụlọ na-apịawa fazụ Chukwu ka na-ekwuriri okwunu ndị eluigwe ka na-ekwu okwunu basi na-emesịa na anyị ga-enwe mmelinu na-emesịa na n'ụwa na mmeli bụ nke anyị etega aka ọ dị njọ n'ụwa na-emesịa na n'ụwa na-emesịa na ọ ga-adị mmanụ ọkwe mana Chukwu ka na-ekwu okwunu ndị n'igwe bụ aka na-ekwu okwunu icheta ife melu n'oge gara aga mgbe a n'ụlọ Naịjirịa bịabụla wọ bajidelu ndị be anyị nụ wee sụọ ndị be anyị ka akwụ n'ọkwa nne n'ụwa eziokwu na alili na-egbu mụnụ ngekwuzi one ya libi ya nụ Obinigwe ka na-ekwu okwu mmeli na bụ nke anyị Sumudu